Hey, y'all. Happy Friday. We are going to get into this and get them done. So, we're going to have a little chat in the beginning, and then we're going to get right into it and try to get through these three that end out March. You're having a wonderful day. Sorry, I am over here grabbing this stream right quick. Give me 1 second. I've heard there's a lot going on, so we needed to talk about a few things right quick. But give me 1 moment here. Let me go in here. For some reason, I had them all aligned, and then they went sideways. Okay. Let me see. This is the right one. All right. So pulling up my clip. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Normally I have it all laid out and ready to go, but for some reason it just went poof. Okay. So first and foremost, I hope you guys are all having a great Friday. Oh Lordy, there's so much going on today. But I need to address some things, and it might offend some of you per usual, but please hear me out and please understand where I'm coming from, because I think people are missing the point of some of this stuff, and I need to kind of bring it back around a little bit for myself. Hey, Angela. Angela, yeah, absolutely. And we'll discuss that a little bit more. Hey, Mom of 3 boys. Mom of 3 boys. I did a live stream about it yesterday already. Put all the payment apps. I have donated. Oh, by the way, since perplexed QT can't seem to fucking navigate her head from the hole in the ground, let me show these one more fucking time, because some people seem to think that, there's some fucking reason that somebody would lie about donating to shit. I guess I'm not built like you bitches, okay? $175 I sent to Clue this morning for this set of billboards, for this set, this go around, from me and my Islanders. And let me go back 1 second, because I have no problem. I've already shown you guys this too. And I don't do this for accolades. I do this because ain't no bitch, I should say, Mr. Ed, ever going to say that I'm not putting my money where my mouth is. There's another 100 that I did to Duchess when we were doing billboards over there. And another 50 for billboards or whatever she needed it for. So there you go. So in just a little bit, 45 days, I have donated $325 to billboards for Sebastian. That is way more than 10% of my YouTube. And I'm okay with that, because that's called doing something to help other people. Anyways, but I don't like being lied on by people like Mr. Ed. Hey, Natalie. Hey, Mr. Tomato Head, Aries, A One-Way Street, Heather, Stephanie, Zoya, Carla. Crafting with Amy, I don't know. KNS, Rondi, Darby C, Music City Mom, Smiles, Always Me, 1969. Jolene, I Am Groat. I hate people that lie. Revival. It's happy hour. Janice. Ooh, you guys, my futon comes today. Hope for Snoopy. Penny for your thoughts. Ava, Nicole. Kyle and I got us a couch to sit on back here. Hey, Clemson girl, Thor, Kathy P. Forever Army. Sorry, phone rings. Okay. Shama, Kathy R, Fit and Curvy, Electro, Claire. Oh, Brittany J is at it again. Nicole, I give me a moment. I'll address that too. Sheila, malicious. Mom is out of surgery. Good. I am glad that she's out of surgery and doing okay. Keep us posted, please. Sending positive healing energy for you and Mama. Hey, Rapunzel, Terry, Jen, Mai, Duchess, Daddy's baby girl, Remy, Lisa, Cheesecake Mafia, mother of two boys, Claus, Scout, Candy Kitten, Miss Brittany, Miss Liverbird, Voices. My wall, it's because I have a little astronaut guy over here. Day Tripper, Diana, a blank slate. It's me, Tiffany. I did not. You guys, here, I'll tell you my day in just a second. Hey, Muffin Mouse, good to see you. Day Tripper. You know what, Cole? I ain't. Okay. Hold on. Let me say hi and then I'll go off. Oh my gosh, Nicole, can I give you Cliff Notes on how you got so rich that you got a pool? You guys. Widow. Oh, yeah. These people. Curvy Barbie. JJ. I'm sick of the shit, y'all. I'm sick of it. Totally sick about it. Sick about it. Hey, Tracy. Yeah, Miss Red just needs to go fucking mind her own business. Hey, Chica. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Kels. You are right on that, Kathy P, for sure. Laura. And by the way, I didn't show any of you guys that to brag or anything. This is what I do. This is what I've done since I've monetized my channel. I stopped posting what I was doing because people were like, oh, she's just bragging. You know, I'm one of those fucking do-gooders out here. I could care less. Hey, Coco, Mystery. Two Old Crows. I love that name. Dragonfly, Petty. Yeah, Aries, it's starting to, isn't it? Jen. We don't all lie, Smiles. I know. Shocking, huh? Hey, Am. Love you too. Like I said, I spent the morning on the phone with one of my besties that I absolutely adore and love. Kenzie got to tell her all about her tattoo coming up, everything. Like I popped in a few places. Hey, Nina. Rainy days. Okay. Misty day. Kels. Who have I missed? Dick Tim. You know what, Duchess? You're amazing. I appreciate everything you have done. Hey, Gigi, Moy, and everybody else that is helping out too. It's a community effort. And I know you made mine too, Anne. It's always nice. Electro. Okay. Yes. Electro. I will address that. Alexis. Oh, Janice. I can't wait. I'm so excited. You spoil me too much. I'm so excited. I still don't really know what it looks like, but Voices here. Let me show you. Got your new couch. I'll show you guys. I bought a futon for Kyle and I to sit on in here, and then it's for a spare bed, but I'll show you. Hey, Shar. It's actually corduroy. I'm really excited. I love corduroy. Hey, Ange. I used to love the corduroy pants because I would just walk in my, I'd purposely push my legs together so it would do that squeak. Rachel. Okay. Am I there? Liz, Lindsay. I'm there. We're through it. Oh shit. No, we're not. PD. Linda. PD, it makes me laugh every time too when I hear it. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Hey, Ari. Yes, I will, Kathy. I will share Duchess's stuff when I get off here. Hey, KM. Absolutely two old crows. Hey, Andy. Yeah, hey, Stonefly, Jaguars, Hooligan, Lurker, Lavina. Thank you all for joining me last night too. Kyla and I really enjoy just like hanging out with you. Roberta, I love the corduroy sound. Lurker, it's good to see you. I hope mom's doing okay too. Okay, so let's get into this discussion a little bit, and then we're going to hop right into content because we have so much to get through, and I'm trying to get it all taken care of. But there's a few things I really want to address with everybody today because I want people to understand what's going on is intentional. This intentional distraction has been coming. Do I agree with what's happening? Absolutely not. But I'm not all the way. I can understand certain pieces of it, but I need to explain a little bit more. That's what I ordered for back there. So we have a bed for a guest too. And then here, let me show you what this is, voices. This is just a little astronaut guy. His head comes off and he does like a light show. He just sits here. It was one of Kyle's many finds. So it just puts, and then the lights, the LED lights are all just strip lights from, they're strip lights from Amazon. That's all that is. That's it. Okay, so let's chat. So please hear me out and don't assume I'm saying something that I'm not. I am disappointed. Again, that's kind of the epic state I live in these days on the internet. And I'm not disappointed in Clue. Clue sat on that for a while. Sorry, my sinuses are acting up like a mofo, so it is what it is. But I think people, there's no easy way to say this, but I think people are taking this and running with it a totally different direction. I think, and I'm not speaking of Clue, I completely understand why she's upset about it. Like it's odd. It's very odd the way it's happening. But now people are going from one side of things, the C&D. She didn't even talk about it at first. She got it a couple days ago. She held it in. They kind of, she wasn't going to speak, I don't think, at first. And then they decided to talk about it last night, which I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all for talking about it. But what I'm seeing now, and it's not just her, please understand that supposedly T-Rev's girlfriend got one also in an email form. Then you have JLR who got one from Robin Rogers, who is Seth's mom. And then you have CJ who got one. These are intentional things because there's games being played. It is what it is. There are certain things that have been happening in the background that I know myself or have found out through different channels of a lot of games that are being played, and not by Clue. Please don't take that what I'm saying because I'm not at all. But there is intentional movements being done for a reason. It's total distraction though of doing this. And what we're having happen now is people are going hellfire from seeing that Clue got a C&D. Again, you guys, a C&D is just a piece of paper. Let me be very clear. It's a warning. It is not any legal binding anything at this point in time. It is a warning. There is nothing that holds weight with that at all. But these are deliberate intentions to take focus off of certain things. Why Clue was included in that? Questionable to me at this point. We will see. How it was written is very questionable to me, but there is a lot of freaking games. A lot. Oh, thank you, Arctic. I'll share them for sure. There's a lot of games being played. A lot. And it is complete distraction. It has been happening all along. These situations just keep getting worse. And what I'm seeing is people are so caught up in these cease and desists that are being sent out that they forget that Sebastian is missing. And people are blatantly taking their anger over the cease and desist by Seth Rogers and running wild with it and making some hefty allegations. If you think for 1 second that that's not the intent, they want to push people. They want people to do the most, to say the most, to get them in a spot where it is a defamation situation. Think of who's on their team. BHB. BHB, one of the most frivolous lawsuit having, ridiculous, thinks she's illegal, everything is involved. Look at the timing of things. You can't look at all of that stuff and not see that this is intentional distraction. Plus, the way that they're all being sent is different. The people that they're being sent to, there's only, well, I guess you could find reason for any and every one of them, but this is still the biologic father of a missing child. We don't have to like the gentleman. Does a cease and desist mean that he is absolutely responsible for something? Absolutely not. But people are making those jumps and they are going way overboard with what they're doing and saying now. You people on this side even are making some pretty hefty allegations without having facts to back them up. Because it's the whole like, woo, let's do this, let's do that. Sit back and watch. Please hold on to your emotions because at the end of the day, there's a missing child here. And no matter what is going on in the background, all the games that are being played, the focus should still be Sebastian. But unfortunately, the biologic father and other people have done everything to take that focus off. It is what it is. You can't deny it. But while you're listening to all these people that get these warnings, be very mindful that there's intent here. There's very much intent here. There's a lot of shuffling going on. There's lawsuits going on with BHB and another creator, as you know, with Queen Bee. There is a lot of people that were just added into her new frivolous filings. She's team Tony and Seth. I mean, just sit back and hold on to your horses because it's going to absolutely get worse. Some people use C&Ds as scare tactics. They're not worth a shit. Yeah, no, Arctic, you're really good about how you say things. Other people have not been so great. Other people have not been so great. Well, I don't think this scare tactic is going to work because it's a warning. I mean, if you are sticking to the words that they say and aren't inflating and defaming and throwing out wild accusations, you don't have anything to be concerned of. People have been asking if I got one. No, I have not. Electro, I'm not a huge fan of his, to be honest. So I don't follow a lot of his. I don't follow Twitter either. Not that I disagree with everything that he says, but again, he's a PI that involves himself in stuff like this. So that's hard for me to, I don't know, just take with everything with a grain of salt. There's a lot of professionals in this that are acting very unprofessional and it is what it is. But okay, we're going to get going into this now. We are going to go right back into the interviews, but please just remain as vigilant about taking everything in with a grain of salt. Yeah, it's a family law place, Jen. Yeah. Just take everything in around you and don't jump to conclusions without factual basis. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, Liz, it's not even worded. So most cease and desist I have ever seen are ones that have laid out like what you have done and kind of have evidence to support the reason for the cease and desist. This one has none of that. This one also includes a minor child that he isn't the only custodial parent of. And yes, I know non-custodial y'all can get caught up in terms. It's the same thing. He has visitation. He's still a parent. It is what it is. He still has legal authority. But there is movements going on in the background that should be done because somebody at this point in time should be concerned about his mental health and the fact that he has firearms. I'm going to say it blatantly. I'm more concerned about that man having firearms than a cease and desist. He is obviously at the brink. He's surrounded himself with people who don't give a shit about his well-being, who don't care about him. I'm worried about him harming himself or other people, because if this is a representation of the stress that he is getting to, it doesn't make sense. I'm more concerned about hearing about the gun stuff than I am about a cease and desist. And I'm going to be clear with that. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen with this stuff. So, okay. Carl, depending if that's the only contact they had for the person, absolutely. And I worry about who's advising him to do this and who's around him that he's taking this advice from. See, now if Chris and Katie were, and I want people to understand, if Chris and Katie were to come out and send cease and desist to BHB and stuff, everybody would be cheering. So this is where I try to tell people, don't get caught up in the noise. Don't let yourself get caught up in this space of making accusations and assumptions that just aren't there. We have some major concerns that should be addressed, but the cease and desist isn't one of them. Clues was certified. She showed the envelope, everything. Yeah, Clues was certified via mail. She had to sign for it. Yeah. I think Clue, in my opinion, Clue was potentially the first one that was really given a good one, like a legit one. And my reasoning for that is because she's local. She's been on the ground there, and she has direct connections to Chris and Katie. That, I think, is an attempt to shut that down some. I wouldn't be surprised if Queen Bee gets one too, because that's where Chris goes on panels. So there's a lot of different factors of why I think Clue got one. Do I agree with it? No. But can I see some reasoning why that would be the game piece that they move? Yeah, I can. I really can. So if you have questions about what I just said, please ask. Don't assume. Don't think because if I see one of you motherfuckers running around saying, Nonsense is talking shit, saying that she's not concerned about these cease and desist, I'm not. I'm really not, as far as a cease and desist. It's a piece of paper that is kindling for a fire, truly. Carrie, what is more concerning is Tony says he has a whole stack of papers on all the creators, not just the ones that have gotten cease and desist. He's been bragging about that. Well, Petra, if he had a DVRO in California, he could have potentially lost his access to weapons anyway, but I don't know all the ins and outs of all of his chart, like what happened, how it all went. I don't know how it affects when people move. There's some questions that should be asked about that. And I feel very uncomfortable. Like the fact that the gun stuff came out and then here's the next move into this kind of situation. I'm concerned. I'm very concerned, rightfully so. And at the end of the day, this is still a man with a missing child. And I worry about him self-harming. I worry about him not being able to handle the stress of this situation. I really wish that somebody that was an actual professional would get a hold of him and guide him in the correct direction so he doesn't do anything to harm himself or anybody else. I can't imagine what the stress this is causing that entire family. And my heart goes out to Katie, Chris, and Seth, because no matter who is behind this, yes, Seth is a grown man that's making his own choices, but somebody's advising him. He's not going to go jump to make these decisions without somebody advising him to do so. And my thought on that is whoever is advising him is doing things intentionally to make a situation worse because they're going to profit off of it more. No, Jennifer, no. There's no demand for taking down videos. Hey, KNS. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm completely concerned about it. Absolutely concerned. And then the mention of the gun under the bed the other day, like that was just so out of place and out of time. Like I get he's an avid gun collector, but there's just some things here that are concerning and people should be worried about it. I don't know if that's what happened in this case, though. See something, say something. I'm not sure. That's why I said I don't know exactly the situation, but anyhow. Hey, Jason. Yeah, it's super worrisome. Yeah. 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 I'm not worried about Clue in the sense of him harming Clue because Cletus is there. Hey, Gracie B. I think that Cletus is going to protect his family. That's here nor there. And I don't think if I don't how do I say this nicely? I think if he was going to make a decision like that, it wouldn't be Clue that he's going to take the risk of taking out. In other words, I think there would be other people that would be first and foremost before her, if that makes any sense. Yeah. 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 There's just some concerning things here. Yeah, Petra, yeah, you're picking up on some of the things that I've had. Um, Jen, again, a C&D is a paper. I can write one up right here and send it to one of you, and it would be the same amount of legality. Like, until it actually has something behind it, there was no list of accusations. There was no demands for takedown of anything. There was no, like, this is what you've said. It's a very, very open-ended C&D. It's not a typical C&D. But just watch how it plays out. Okay. So, yeah, Dick Tim, that's the problem I have. Like, I don't care. Everybody has their rights, right? Um, but when he so willy-nilly threw out that there was supposedly it could have been a toy for all we know. But the way that he says things and then how the whole conversation about the staccato and all of that stuff, and then knowing, like, hearing how Chris was talking about his perception, like, there's just some concern here, and there should be. So, anyways. Yeah, well, I hope that that never comes to. I really hope somebody can get a hold of him and do something before things get worse. Okay, so we are going back to March 29th. So this is from the Pascal show. This is from March 29th, 2024. So we are going to go to Pascal, back to the lab, and to T Road 757 today. So these are the next ones in order of what we've been watching. Dolly Vision we finished that one in part 8. You can hear that again in that one is where the mention of the pew pew being under Sebastian's bed, which was really odd to hear in general. But we're going to continue going through these. We're not doing this. Again, we have no evidence to prove that Seth, Katie, or Chris did anything or have any part in Sebastian's disappearance. That's not the purpose of this. We are absolutely doing this because people have missed things that have been said by the parents themselves, and it's been a nonstop argument. So we went back to the basics, and we're going to continue on with it. If this offends people or people think that I'm doing this to shame people or, oh, they're poor, these people, they're going through their interviews and listening to their words. You should have probably done that from jump because you're over here flailing around trying to act like you're me. By the way, bitch, you'll never be me. It's cringe to watch you try and do what I do. It is absolutely the most cringeworthy thing watching these people mirror my content and can't even do it right. If you're going to do it, at least do it with some oomph. Get some pizzazz in there. Do something because, man alive, it's like watching torture. And if you want to see more of that yourself, go watch BJ because I go at her and shut her down and she turns around and goes back at Granny and Clue. And then somehow she'll blame me for the fact that she's going at Granny and Clue. You know, the world revolves. I call her out on her bullshit. She turns around, doesn't have anything to say about me because I use their own words. And That's all we do. But then she just throws shit at other people. It just fucking is the wonderful revolving world we live in. So here we go. March 29th and then March 30th, and we'll be through March. This is from the Pascal show, courtesy of Pascal. I will put the link to Pascal's channel in the description when I am done. We have no evidence to provide that anybody is responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian. Unfortunately, Sebastian is a 15-year-old missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He has been missing since February 26th. If you are anywhere across the United States, please keep your eyes out. There's billboards all up and down. And a huge thank you to Clue and Cletus once again for all of their hard work. Thank you to Duchess and her team for the first round of billboards. Thank you, Clue, to stepping in and helping with this. You guys are amazing. I stand right beside you guys, and I am so proud to be a part of a community who wants to do better for the victims and their families. All right, let's go.
For over a month now, guys. Over a whole month. And we still do not know where this young boy, or some would say, I like to call him young man, is. We are still looking for this.
Yeah, young man would be more fitting than baby, like some people call him. And again, this is all under fair use. This is based on my opinion. This is for educational purposes, so people can hear what actually came out of these people's mouths.
Young man, as we speak. I just want to make that abundantly clear. We don't know where he is. There have been multiple interviews everywhere. Okay, multiple podcasts, multiple interviews by the Proudfoots. I know Seth has recently been making his rounds more frequently on these interviews as well. And shout out to all you content creators that have been able to sit down and have a conversation with him as well.
Doodle mom, that just made my heart swell. From the bottom of my heart. Revival's going to give you shit for that one. Thank you. By the way, I have a lot of family in Wisconsin. But thank you so much for that. That was really sweet. Thank you for being here.
But still, I still got questions. I got a lot of questions and I want to know what's going on. So I am very humbled to bring our friend. He's called on to the show before. I've been talking to him for a while now. And I'm honored to even call him my friend. Please welcome Seth Rogers to the show. Seth, how you doing, my brother?
I'm alive. Boots on the ground still.
No doubt. No doubt.
Again, date of this is March 29th, 2024. So keep in mind what we have heard up to this point. So
now, first off, I want to do this for you really quick. You doing that thing out there, bro. You doing that thing. I just want you to know that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate all that you have been doing, because somebody's got to do it. And I don't really see anybody else spearheading this situation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I am my son's voice.
No doubt. No doubt. How has things been recently?
It's been like a John Grisham novel, to be honest.
Mm.
Thank you. Yes, I'm live. I'm not putting you on the camera. Nobody wants to see you in your pajamas.
I'm sure there's some people that do. But when you say John Grisham,
I want to see you in your pajamas.
Hold on, time out. You're being silly now. But when you say,
so he's talking to some woman that's there, and he says they don't want to see you in their pajamas. Again, no harm, no foul. He's a grown adult, but people have ran with like, who the heck was there?
It's like a John Grisham novel. What do you mean by that exactly?
Just the amount of weird shit. I mean, can I cuss on here?
Yeah.
Larry, I highly disagree. I'm glad that he has kind of backed away from this case from the looks of it, but I used to have a lot of respect for Pascal. I lost that quickly because he jumped headfirst into the exploitation of Sebastian Rogers, and it is what it is. And he has been a huge source of misinformation and sensationalism in this story, along with, unfortunately, there's others that I found now too.
Yeah, you good, bro. It's a late night show. It's a Friday. We good.
All right. It's just some weird stuff has been going on as of late that it's just weird. My volunteers have been having people follow them while they handed out flyers and stuff like that.
Where's the proof of that? I would love to see proof that the volunteers had been followed, because there has not been any factual proof that volunteers had been followed.
So
people are getting followed, you said?
Yep.
Do you mind expanding on that a little bit?
I just tell my volunteers that get together to help pass out flyers for Sebastian. They noticed that vehicles be following them. And I told them if they see anybody following them, get their license plate number. And I pass it off to TBI.
That's what's up. Wow. So people are getting followed, allegedly. People are getting followed who are just passing out flyers, volunteers that are just contributing in trying to find your son. That's very odd. Have you seen anything like that yourself? Have you been followed?
Can't intimidate me. I have a goal in mind.
So he doesn't answer the question head on, which is pretty typical for him.
Gotcha.
You can't intimidate me. No, it was a yes or no question. Have you been followed? Have you been followed? You don't have to be kind. Just please don't make any wild accusations about him being responsible for the disappearance of his child. I want to keep it factual because I think it's very important that people hear his words. We don't know what the outcome is going to be in the end of this. And my continued concern is for Sebastian, because if Sebastian is out there alive and well, he has to come home to this chaos. And that worries me significantly because this man has not been in a good mental space for quite some time. His child is missing. On top of there's other things that lead into that too. So just please keep the accusations or say, in my opinion. That's all I ask.
Have you already reported that? Because that basically says yes to me. So have you reported that at all to TBI or any law enforcement at all that you have been followed?
Yeah.
Has it changed as of late, or are you still getting followed?
Remember, he says here, he does answer it finally. He says yes. But the TBI came out and said they had gotten no reports. Think about that. Or Sumner County. Was it Sumner County? I might have misquoted that.
I haven't been followed today.
When
but,
did you go ahead?
Today, if they want to know where I've been, I mean, they can ask me. Whoever wants to follow me, I was at church 3 times today. It's Good Friday. Time to go to mass.
Right on.
He went to church 3 times that day. His parents were also in town at this point in time, so he could have been talking to his mom. They were there for Easter, I think.
When did you report that? Go ahead. What were you saying?
Did you go to mass?
Not yet. I'm a bad boy. I'm burning in the fiery pits of hell. I know.
I'll get down and help make sure that you don't stay there long.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. But when did you go ahead? Say that again.
It's always time to change.
Right. Always time.
This is also why I have problems with religion, because of people like this.
But when did you report to TBI that you were actually getting followed? Was that yesterday or was that a few days ago?
I've reported some license plate numbers to TBI. I let them know a couple weeks ago that some of my volunteers were being followed.
So again, we have heard law enforcement state that they hadn't gotten any reports, but maybe they were just detailing what he was telling them. Again, March 29th, so 2 weeks before that would have been around the 15th of March.
That's just crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's very, very weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room.
Riley's report was made to Nashville. It was not reported to Sumner County or the TBI. It was reported to Nashville. That's the difference there.
Room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now,
notice the smile about Nick. I wonder if Nick got one.
And you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, in the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So, okay, so it was a cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I mean, I've
So-
seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
In the last interview, he said it stayed 3:11 for 10 minutes. Just a discrepancy, not a big deal.
Okay. So
So broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3:00 was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see.
Claiming that Nick must have done that for clickbait.
Okay. So then,
he
okay.
wanted people to log in to follow. And
Right.
if he's watching this now, he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
More shade to Nick Barris, who is actually an actual journalist, an actual professional, who has remained professional, remained posting about Sebastian, remained very integrity intact, in my opinion, in the entire way that he's reported on this. Has he made mistakes? Yeah, everybody does.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know,
Larry, unfortunately, I used to have a lot of respect for Pascal. I'll answer that again. But what he did in this is complete run with misinformation, speculation. He sensationalized things that shouldn't have been. He's got way too big of an audience to be as careless as he was with this case. The misinformation, the disinformation, the intentional games that he allowed to be played and be a part of, the alignments with they helped create the narrative against Chris and Katie. And we don't have proof to back up anything. And they gave him a platform to completely disparage Chris and Katie. And Pascal played a huge hand in that. So I lost all respect for him. Plus, he's got a mod that's a complete fucking lying fool, too. Anyways, there's that. But no harm, no foul. Maybe he'll turn it around. I am glad to see he's backed away.
no, I can see that. But, I can see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road.
Okay. Was it dark because it was night, or was it dark because it was still early hours of the morning?
So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha.
I haven't heard yet, Marcy. Factually speaking, I have not heard if he did or not.
Okay.
I'm assuming he would have to cease and desist the entire news station. So, I mean, as much as they dislike him, I would think that if it's about talking about a son, then it should be across the board. But I think it's not like that. So I doubt he'll get one.
But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned it on and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally...
The reason I pointed that out about the night and the day thing is because I want people to remember as we're going through these that he is admitting right here that they walked him through very specifically. They showed him the nighttime footage and then they turned around and showed him during the daytime what same place would look like. So here he's pretty consistent on what he talks about, but as it goes on, the stories start to differ a little bit about what the law enforcement showed him.
Literally showed me where it was, and I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house, so I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he has boots on the ground.
Okay, let me answer that about the cease and desist. No, we do not know how many have actually been sent out. We do not know who's all getting them. There was a comment that was made on TikTok about 50 of them are going out. So far, the only ones I know of are JLRs, which came from Seth's mom a couple weeks ago. The one Clue got is legit, was from an actual attorney and a certified letter. Supposedly there was one mailed to T-Rev 757's girlfriend, Michaela. That's a little sketchy. And then CJ supposedly got one. I think his was in the mail, but I don't know if it was certified mail. I have no idea. But that's all I know so far.
In Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work to try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times. I've done.
He says he's been to church 3 times again. JLR's is from Robin, correct? Last I heard, JLR had not gotten one from Seth. He got one from Robin. People need to differentiate here too, because we got to be very factual on what we're saying. T-Rev's girl got one in an email. CJ got one in the mail. I don't know if it was certified or not. Michaela's his email. His is why all the different forms. That's the other thing here that doesn't quite add up, y'all. Clue got one certified mail from an actual attorney. There's a difference here, but pay attention. JLR got one from Grandma Rogers a couple weeks ago.
Unmasked.
That wasn't shocking. I don't think anybody would be shocked by JLR get one.
I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So,
same here. Same here.
Well, you go to mass for that then, buddy.
I will be for sure. I will be for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground out in that area. Okay. Before we continue on in our conversation, please, guys, I'm going to make sure that it is posted in the posted at the top of the chat, in the family chat, so that you guys can go. Please, their goal is to just hit $18,000. They're almost there. Okay, $1, it doesn't matter. A penny, it doesn't matter. Whatever you can contribute is still a step in the right direction. So please go over to his GoFundMe, show some love, show some support. There's some other things that I will be sharing with you guys as well. If you want to contribute in other ways, we will be talking about that a little bit later on in the conversation. Okay, but go to that GoFundMe if it moves you so. All right, this man is boots on the ground as we speak. So go over there and help if you can. Okay, and we will.
Okay, quick side note. That is not in works right now. The only money, in my opinion, should go to billboards or actively finding Sebastian. He was given paid time off by his fellow coworkers to supply for his needs during his leave of absence. Again, the GoFundMe hit like 26K plus they had a Cash App. So if you want to help do something, in my opinion, the best way of doing that is either helping with billboards, donate to a local organization, EquiSearch, something like that, who actually does something to help these families. There are so many more families out here besides this one that have missing loved ones too. So please keep that in mind.
We'll be talking about volunteers here in just a little bit as well. Okay, just to give you guys all a heads up if you want to get out there and help search for Sebastian. Now, you went there, you checked out this video. The full scope of this video, what we saw as regular people, okay, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding.
Cheech, I feel like I'm in somebody's freaking paper, like research paper. Let's see what we can do with social media. I get you with that because it does feel like a experiment at times. I can understand why you say that.
Sebastian, the footage that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right-hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes, sir.
You saw day and night. What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there
No.
in the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Chris was in Memphis. Did you hear him again? He has confirmed in numerous interviews up until this point still that Chris was in Memphis. He has said out of his own mouth. So the whole narrative that people keep pushing that, oh, we're not sure, because it does trail off over as interviews go, as the more pressure gets put on. He does start being different and indifferent in the way he answers questions. But it's important to hear what he says. And I'm really sorry, C, that happened to you.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay. But when you saw them leaving, were they with anybody? Were they alone? Just the two of them going into this car?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside
No.
Texas Roadhouse? No. Okay.
They just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
No doubt. No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay.
No.
Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI?
Larry, that's your opinion. And I would appreciate if you say stuff like that to put your opinion, because again, that's not what law enforcement has said. So whether you feel that way or not, that's not factual at this point in time. We don't have facts to back that up. So I would appreciate if you make accusations, at least put something behind it, like that's your opinion, because there's no facts or evidence to prove that. There's not even a case here. It's a story.
Before the TBI meeting?
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks. Wow. Have you seen them, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, boots on the ground, searching along with you at all? Even at the beginning when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think.
Chris came with me. Did you hear that, friends? Oh, wait. I thought Chris was not out there searching. I thought they weren't doing anything. Why is that? Why?
And after that, no. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
Gotcha.
They're not where he's at. Not that they're not doing it. They're not where he's at. By the way, I saw a comment up above that said, Katie said in one interview that she was reading and in another interview that she's studying. What do you think studying is? Studying and reading are basically the same thing. You read your study material. That couldn't, you got to be pulling my leg on that question, don't you? Are you just being facetious? Because come on, people.
Which, I mean, it kind of, you know, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Oh,
right.
Prince.
It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had.
Need I remind you, all three of them have passed polygraphs too. And no, the military does not teach you how to pass polygraph.
Had with Chris. What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't.
Spivey, that's a great idea.
It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am, so he knew.
Because he lives there. So again, he just admitted that Seth and him were driving around searching. Oh,
From
shocking.
the Facebook tip where to go, and so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was like, wait, what?
I see. So my question is too, just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one you had, aside from those videos, was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
That's asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking.
They also aren't going to tell Seth things that potentially could impact his mental state worse. If they knew something or had thoughts about Katie, let's say, for instance, because she is the last one that saw him. You can't take that out of the table. Again, we factually do not know what happened or who's responsible for his disappearance. But law enforcement isn't going to toss gasoline on the fire and make him think that there's something there that's not.
I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do that, the sooner I'll tell you how happy I am.
Gotcha. I see.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. That does.
I like food.
So do I. So do I. I'm a hell of a cook. We gotta sit down and throw down sometime, my brother. When we finally get to meet.
What's your favorite cuisine?
Well, I'm okay. I make a mean steak. My steak is fire. Okay, bar none.
Now, what do you mean by a mean steak? Do you slice it open in the middle and shove it full of jalapenos and cheese?
No, I don't do any of that crazy.
Marcy, it would be worth a call, in my opinion. It would be worth it if they have billboards or a cork board in their entry. It would be worth
Crazy
it.
stuff. No, just
throw
cook
it on a slab and sear it on both sides and serve it bloody.
Serve it right all day long. Serve it right. Okay. All right. And a mean fennel puree with some asparagus. Now you're getting me hungry, man. Now you're getting me hungry, bro.
You should have gone to church.
Oh, well, I will be in the church soon. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So when it comes back to the conversation, because now we start talking about food, I'm going to get hungry. But after your conversation, have you seen Chris? When you saw Katie Proudfoot, did you see Chris?
No.
Okay, so he wasn't there at all.
He wasn't there physically. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you looking into any private investigators or lawyers at all?
Investigators? I've got 4 of them.
Oh, you got 4.
So on March 29th, Seth states that he had 4 private investigators at that point in time. Who he's referring to as a private investigator is up in the air. I'm not quite sure. But at this point in time, we know that he had only been in contact with Chloe for sure. Heather shouldn't have been brought on yet, but I don't know who the other ones he's referencing would be.
Right on.
I'm not playing.
Gotcha. I see.
Where I get a lot of my leads from.
Gotcha. Seeing any footage or anything of that sort, has that moved you to make any movements as of late? None?
Nope. I've gotten some tips. United Cajun Navy was here. They left. They were getting the death threats.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about that as well. So I want to bring that up real quick because I'm a little confused, to be honest. But they are. I'm just pulling this up really, really quick. Cajun Navy is calling off searching for Sebastian. What's up with that, Seth? Why is that happening? Why did that happen? What's up with that?
I mean, they're helping search to find my son, and people are threatening them, trying to or run them over with a truck, throwing stuff at them. I mean, these people are trying to help me find my son. And this is the kind of welcome they got to Tennessee. The state of volunteers. And these people came to volunteer to help. Not everybody's perfect. That's why I told everybody you need to drop your egos and understand that Sebastian is the focus of this. The end goal is to find Sebastian alive and well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And some people decide to let their egos get in the way.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And so because of that, and of course they were getting threats, allegedly, that's why they're gone. Are they coming back at all? Did they just take a day off? What's the story here?
They called me this morning and they said that because of the death threats that they have to pull back because not only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come on.
I cannot be liable for somebody. I'm trying to find my son.
And I honestly feel really bad for him in this particular situation, because if you had a search organization that came in to find your son, and then one of the YouTubers that you were aligned with, good, bad, indifferent, whatever, however that happened with him working with JLR and reaching out to JLR and asking JLR for help, it could have been pure out of desperation. I'm going to play devil's advocate all the way across the board, because again, we have no proof that any of them have anything to do with the disappearance. But I think that watching how messy this got, but if you have a search crew out there and then all this drama breaks off and the search crew says, oh, we're pulling out, like how disappointing can that be if you're really truly like wanting to find closure and answers to where is Sebastian? Like that had to be a hit. It really did. It would be super disheartening to have professional organizations ran out by crazy fucking YouTubers. It truly would be. And unfortunately, I don't think he knew what he was quite getting involved in. I have questions about that. How he reached out to JLR, why he reached out to JLR, how JLR changed the Facebook group so soon. All of that stuff is questions that we might not ever answer either.
No doubt.
And the last thing I want is somebody, I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I mean, I've already told my volunteers, be careful, stay in groups, at 5 o'clock. I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives for my son's life.
Gotcha.
Again, the only report we know of was reported to Nashville. That was it.
I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say the last thing.
Said mine, on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your Huckleberry.
I heard that. And yeah, it is frustrating and tragic that they, that's frustrating and tragic that they left. I got to be honest. And as a father as well, I can only imagine how that feels. But as far as volunteers go, has that changed in the volume and the reception and the attendance of volunteers down there?
A little bit. I mean, people are conscious of their own well-being. I can't expect people to, be threatened or anything else to help me find my son.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he said, is he'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah, I'm sorry that's happening to you, brother. But I want to bring this up really quick.
This is what it tells me.
Shoot.
People don't want me to find my son. Well, they can rot in hell, and people in hell also want ice water. And I have iced tea.
I got you. But for those of y'all who want to stay in heaven and want to help volunteer, can you let them know where they can go and volunteer? They need as many boots on the ground, out there, guys. So can you tell them where they can go and when you guys are starting your search tomorrow morning and all that?
Right now, you just need to kind of pay attention to the Facebook pages. I will be at church tomorrow. I mean, I'm taking this weekend to get
Joe, you don't know what you're talking about, Becky or Seth. He ain't even looking for Sebastian. Yeah, 2 women are looking for him now. Joe, you're talking about Terry Lynn, who claims that somebody slashed her tires, who's been out there mumbling to herself, going through the same woods over and over again. Okay, cool. And who's the other one? And nobody has said he's been out there searching. We're listening to his fucking words, dude. He's saying he's out there searching. This is from March 29th. Maybe you should check yourself before you fucking make some stupid ass comments. Oh, yeah.
Leads in place so that I have viable leads on where I can send people. There's a couple groups that are out there that feel the same way that I do about my son. You can't scare them. They're meeting. They've got things on Facebook.
Gotcha.
No shit, Joe. No shit, Sherlock. We've been talking about that. There's no proof that he's been out there searching. No shit.
So where they're showing up, they showed up today. I think it was like 35 or 40 of them. And
But again, let's go back to law enforcement told none of them to search. None of the parents. They didn't want any of the parents searching. If we're going to give the same amount of courtesy to Seth and or Chris and Katie, then we should probably give the same amount of courtesy to Seth, right? So if they told them not to search and they left out of safety concerns, probably across the board, right?
they went and handed out.
I mean, I wouldn't want to stumble across Terry Lynn in the woods claiming that she's talking to somebody and there's nobody around.
Flyers and searched a couple areas. I know all that sort of stuff. At the same point in time, during this interview, I've already ignored 8 telephone calls from people who are calling in to find out what the game plan is and to tell me information.
Well, I won't keep you on very long. I know that you got a lot going on. I got a few more questions for you, but I do want to bring up all these things so that people know where to go. So is it still 90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville?
They are not there anymore.
Okay. So where do they go now?
We do not have a location currently for everybody to meet up. When I choose a location, it will go out the night before. That way I can get there and scope the area, make sure that it's a safe gathering spot for people.
Okay. So how are you going to let us know, or will you let me know at least so we can put it up online, let people know? Go ahead.
Let you know. I have your number. I have a couple other YouTubers' number, and I've got people with Facebook.
Right. And I also, just to clarify, guys, the threats that the Cajun Navy were receiving were not from content creators. It was actually just people living in the area or outside the area that just wanted to muck things up. Okay. So it's not any content creator that threw out any threats, just to correct the conversation in the family chat, just so you know. Okay. Now, go ahead.
Me personally, I've been balancing media and content creators for over 30 days now since I started this. And I love y'all. I mean, I understand some of y'all want clicks and y'all want followers and things like that. And that does not bother me. Everybody's got to have a job so they can make money. At the same point in time, I know that the more clicks and people that you have following you, the more people will hear me. That means more people out there. I told you, I want the world to help me find my son.
No doubt. That's absolutely right. The more engagement, the more likes, etc., the more this story and this conversation gets out there and more awareness goes out there for Sebastian. And that's what we're here for.
So there's one of his public pleas for everybody to continue to look for Sebastian.
Real talk. That's what we're here for. So let's get back into it. Footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond. Can we talk a little bit about that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light. And they searched it and asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention, and they said that they searched that pond.
Yeah, he said he has people on Facebook. Duchess, he did say that, but he's had people on Facebook. They started the private Facebook group for finding Sebastian the day after Sebastian went missing. February 27th was when the private group of people he aligns with created that. Yeah.
Pond.
His sister and some other people. We went through that a couple days ago.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes. That was 30 days ago.
Gotcha. I'm going to go back into the conversation about things around the house and whatnot. Now, the cars, okay? There's something that's just really been burning away at me, and I'm just curious about, have they looked at I understand that they've gone through Katie's car. They've combed through that like crazy, but have they looked at the navigation of her car?
Information.
They won't divulge that information. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I'm not part of the investigation. Questions like that would be things that would be part of the investigation.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're not going to tell me that stuff. So I don't even bother asking about it.
Gotcha.
Because, yeah.
I see. Okay. Now I know that you, a long time ago, because I know you just did a recent interview, and this is the one thing that I got a little confused about. And I understand you know, could be lack of sleep, could be just answering the same doggone questions 15,000 times over. And it just, but I remember in the interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me. They said
Very interesting.
everything that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
Interesting. Interesting.
The scent has been confusing from jump because according to the dispatch audio, there was a scent. We don't know what was followed exactly, but I still have questions around that myself.
It's very interesting. I guess I keep wondering about those things because I know it was said before and then things have changed, like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right? Sometimes you forget things, so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added in later on in their conversations and in their interviews.
There has.
Like, you saw the Nancy Grace interview, did you not?
No, I kind of stopped watching the interviews after a particular one where I found out a lot of stuff that, about CPS and stuff.
Yes.
I kind of really, I guess I probably should turn around and watch more of them, but that kind of hurt me. So
you found out about CPS from watching the conversation that they had.
They didn't change the story, Misty, but they did add in details, things of that nature when they were asked further for more explanation on stuff. It's not necessarily changing the story, but it's adding additional, what in my opinion would be, again, I'm not law enforcement, but just looking at it like inconsequent. I'm not even going to try to say that word again because it just went right out my mouth. Not significant details. Like people were pushing for more details of specific things, so they added in further details. But in relevancy, I don't know if they will matter.
Add with another podcaster. That's the first and only time you heard about Chris putting his hands on your son, Sebastian, that would garner him a visit by CPS. Am I correct?
Yes.
So you never heard anything from any officials of any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too?
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics inside the Proudfoot's home?
Nope. I really wish he had. Because here in Tennessee, everybody's a mandated reporter.
So he's been consistent on that at this point in time, again, this is from March 29th, that he never knew of anything going on in their home. Sebastian never reported anything to Seth. That's been consistent.
And if I had known some of this stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD, Montgomery County Sheriff's.
I bet. I would too.
My son would probably still be here right now.
So, question, because he says he only used the belt once and CPS was called. Do you believe it only happened once?
It doesn't really matter what I believe. I know that he admitted that it happened.
Gotcha. It's interesting because
People are still really stuck on that. That's one thing that bothers me continually about the parenting thing. We can talk about parenting styles, corporal punishment, all of that, but people have gotten so caught up in that one specific spot. They keep trying to use that this pop on the butt, and it's been changed to a whipping. It's been changed to a beating. It's been changed to abuse. It's changed to abuse of an autistic child. Well, if you're actually looking at the time frame of things, this incident happened before he was diagnosed, right, wrong, and different. It's still it wouldn't have been beating an autistic child because he did not have that diagnosis, nor was it considered a beating. So people can get caught up in the weeds there, and they continue to get caught up in the weeds over and over and over and over. It is like repetitive. And no matter how many times they have said that it was years before him going missing, he wasn't 15 years old, people are still stuck on stupid with that too. And you can't get him out of it.
Dissected it this morning. And he said something completely different on Nancy Grace and said that wasn't the case. The inconsistencies are not good and very frustrating, just as a fellow parent here as well.
He should have corrected him.
And I keep wondering if there was ever any conversation or any hint.
Sorry, you guys. You guys are flaming about Seth. I'm pissed about fucking Pascal, T-Rev, Dolly, JLR, the creators. I'm fucking more pissed about the creators who have latched on and made themselves so much a part of this. And then as soon as they get a chance to weaponize a vulnerable parent of any sort, this always fucking happens, that they turn on him. Right, wrong, indifferent. Yes, Seth is a grown-ass adult, and he's got very interesting behavior, to say the very least. But these fucking YouTubers know exactly what the fuck they were doing, and they were absolutely using a vulnerable parent of a missing child. That is what we know at this point in time, and they love every fucking minute of it. And it drives me nuts.
Sebastian having any issues or any problems with Chris or anybody at that home? Please
Well,
continue.
there was a couple times my son would get frustrated on days that I was taking him back to his mom's.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to go back. I hate going there. Well, he's a kid.
Did you not ask him further, Seth, though, why he didn't want to go out? Like, why did he not? If a kid is saying that to you, that they don't want to go back, that opens up the conversation of why. What is happening that makes you not want to go back?
I understand. I don't like to leave my house either. But when I asked him about it, he wouldn't tell me. And if he had, then I could have done something. But he didn't.
Could it also be that he was 15 and playing the divorced parents and manipulating both of them because the grass is always greener on the other side of what you can get out of parents? He's a 15-year-old child with divorced parents. It's easy to manipulate either one. Anybody that has been a child of divorce knows you can get what you want, especially if the parents hate each other.
So now I'm looking for it.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you?
Said nothing to me. I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was for it.
Yeah.
And I want him. My job is to protect him. And it kind of makes me feel like I failed.
All that you have said, everybody that says they've never seen Seth cry, well, you can take that back, because Seth is absolutely emotional in this state. Again, you don't have to like him. You don't have to like his behavior. I said the same thing about Chris. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like his behavior. But the facts are the facts. He absolutely is emotional in this part.
Because he wasn't able to tell me, so I could do something about it.
Seth, I'm sorry this is how you found out. Real talk.
Me too.
I'm really sorry this is how you found out.
I'm sorry this is how you found out. I'm sorry that this is how you found out, but I'm going to continue to rub it in. I'm going to continue to exploit you at your most vulnerable times. It's all for fucking clicks and views. Cha-ching. Fuck you people.
It does break my heart that all this has gone down.
Your broken fucking heart, right? I'm sure those thousands of dollars that you've made off of Sebastian really fucking break your heart, don't they, Pascal? Don't they?
The way it's gone down. I really wish there was more clarity with these timelines, with the math, because the math is just
not mathing.
It's just not mathing. It's just not mathing to me. So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the Proudfoot's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was the second. Not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why he didn't tell me.
Has he told anyone in your family? Has he told anyone else about this at all?
Don't know. I do not know.
So his answer on March 29th is, I don't know. He didn't know. So Robin's claiming that Sebastian had been telling her things. But Seth's answer is he doesn't know.
I gotcha. Because
But I gotta find him so I can make up for it.
of course. Of course.
I gotta find him so I can tell him that he's got to talk to me. He's got to talk to me so I know what I can do.
I understand that. And I hope you do have that opportunity to have that conversation.
I'm praying.
I just want to wipe that smug fucking face off of Pascal. I'm sorry, y'all. I am so fucking irritated. This is so opportunistic. It's not even funny.
Praying every day.
Me too. We all are.
You need to go to church though.
I do. I most definitely do.
At least make sure you go on Sunday. I mean, it's Easter Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. I'll be there on Sunday.
I need
Whole
an
family.
Easter school, okay?
Yes. I mean, everybody needs to go. Okay.
Maybe-
Whatever you pray to.
Maybe it's just you need to go into church. It's just that one prayer that gets him back to me.
I'm with it. I have no problem doing that. And I'm sure everybody else in the family chat and of course, if you agree, if you're down with it, fam, put in that green heart emoji in the chat right now for Sebastian. Okay. Show as much love as you can. He needs it. Because I understand that there could be a possibility of him running away because he's trying to get away, possibly get away from the household in which he is in. If he's not happy at the Proudfoot's home, there's a possibility of him trying to, you see what I'm saying, run away or get to you. Have you thought about that possibly?
I have. I've been to, me and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments trying to get a hold of people.
Here you go about the part with the homeless encampments for anybody that's missed these. Again, March 29th.
Turned around and I contacted, I had somebody contact Montgomery County for me. And then I passed that information on to Sumner County to pull video cameras from the Parks and Recreation so that hopefully they can find some information along those lines. There's flyers everywhere in Clarksville, Oak Grove, Guthrie, any place that I have driven through that would be close. So that way, and I've talked to the police departments up here. They know.
I see.
I'm going to make sure everybody knows my son.
Of course. I think a lot of people know your son, but yeah.
And when I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
Oh, yeah.
When I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
I get it. I'm hoping for nothing but a positive outcome with everything here.
Unfortunately, the damage that has been done, you can't undo.
Just gotta find it.
Yeah. I know.
I need everybody. Heads up, eyes open.
Have you reached out to any other organizations, or have any other organizations like search and rescue type of organizations reached out to you at all? Because it's still kind of mind blowing that Cajun Navy is gone now. And it's kind of gone back down to you running it solo. Has anybody else, any other organizations reached out to you at all?
We've reached out. We're waiting on word back. We're not the only people in the world that need help.
That's true.
So
That's very true.
We're just waiting our turn in the lottery system, I guess, for somebody to reach back out to us.
Equisearch at all?
They were here 2 weeks ago.
Could they circle back and come back and do another round for a week or so?
We're hoping. We've reached out.
Okay. Well, for those of y'all who are watching right now that have any connections to any other search rescue type of organizations, can you please reach out to them? It takes 2 seconds to send out that message to that friend, to that person who's the higher up, whatever it may be. Okay. We really need to get this young boy back home as quickly as possible. So please, if you can, reach out, because we got a lot of people watching right now, a gang of people watching right now. If you guys can please.
Penny, I think the last one I saw that Seth came on was T-Rev's show. And that was that was when they were discussing the reward.
Use your connections for the greater good. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Was BHB's after or before? I don't know. One of the two. BHB's, I think, was the last one. But T-Rev's was about the reward fund.
Some information for you.
Let's go.
All right. The rudder at Anchor High Marina has agreed to allow us to use their parking lot as a command center until searches are over and Sebastian is found. The address is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075.
126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee,
Yep.
37075. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat it again for everybody. Okay, what is that facility called? Just so everybody, if it has something written on the side of it or something like that.
It's called The Rudder.
The Rudder. Okay, everybody. Of course, you heard Seth. That's breaking news right now, just so you guys know. Please, if you're in the area, if you're 45 minutes away, if you are 30 minutes away, if you're an hour away, it doesn't matter. It takes 2 seconds to hop in a car and drive your butt down and help out.
No searches on Sunday due to Easter.
Okay.
I want everybody to spend time with your family. You don't ever know when you're not going to have them again. So enjoy the time that you have with them. They're saying that they'll have searches tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that all other times it will be 9:30 to 6 Monday, starting on Monday.
Okay. Okay. So you guys know the Rudder. Okay. The place is called the Rudder. It's 126 River Road, Hendersonville.
If you're hungry, feel free to get something to eat.
It's a restaurant as well. So it's a restaurant called the Rudder. The address, again, just for everybody who's watching, everybody, even those in the nosebleed seats, okay? We need your help too. The address for the Rudder restaurant is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. The zip code is 37075. Again, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Zip code is 37075. They start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. till 6 p.m. They're taking Sunday off because it is the holy day. It is Sunday, or Easter Sunday.
Army vet, I disagree with that. I honestly think there's some genuine emotion here. Because, again, if you go off of what law enforcement is telling us, they don't have proof that any of the parents are involved in his disappearance. And I can't imagine the desperation, the guilt of shoulda, coulda, woulda on everything he was, involved in his life, but it was weekends occasionally. And then he was working on, I think there's a lot of guilt in those emotions, right, wrong, and different. I do think that he genuinely is being taken advantage of by a lot of people. And I think his choices have been poor too. I think the targeted hate campaign against Katie and Chris was intentional from him, but I think a lot of people could have helped to shut that down. I think that we're seeing a lot, but I do think that he has some genuine emotions. I would be naive to say otherwise.
I'm sorry, but they will reconvene back on Monday at that same spot, the Rudder restaurant, at 9:30 a.m. And hopefully that will be the...
And again, you don't have to like him at all. You can think his behavior is despicable. But this is where our opinions and the facts differ. The facts of the case are so important to highlight versus our opinions and why we have those opinions. We don't have to like these people. We can think horribly of their behavior. But in situations of a trauma response, people are going to behave completely outlandish and without reason. I can't even imagine being in those shoes. And especially against somebody that you have a very toxic relationship with. But I don't think it's fair to say that he doesn't have any genuine emotions or that these aren't real, because again, all things can be true. He can be a flaming piece of shit. Totally. But he still can have raw and real emotions.
Headquarters or the meeting spot, the rendezvous spot from this point on. Okay. Just so you guys know. All right. Again, please go and check those things out. If you can get down there, it takes 20 minutes. Get out there and just do 20 minutes of a search. That's 20 minutes that we can get closer to finding Sebastian Rogers. Okay. Now, the other thing, though, too, I do want to bring up as well. Of course, there is a reward for any information on Sebastian's whereabouts. Can you explain a little bit more about how to add to the reward if they want to help add to the reward?
There's an attorney, which I gave you that information. I don't know if you can post it or not.
Yes, I'll pull it up.
And I'm not trying to discount any of your feelings. Again, your opinions matter, and I'm not trying to take those away from you. I'm just trying to get us back to a spot where people can look at this man, disagree with his behavior, dislike him as a person, and still understand that the facts don't lead us from one place to another. The cease and desist. There's a lot of emotional manipulation going on and a lot of intentional deflection, distractions, things of that nature. But it is so important to base our theories and our opinions on the facts. And I don't like people saying that, you know, he's doing this because it's the same thing that happened to Chris and Katie. And I don't agree with that either. But taking what we know at this point in time, yes, his behavior has been extremely poor. But law enforcement does not lead us in the direction to believe that he has ultimate parts in his child's disappearance. And that's where it is today. Could that change overnight? Absolutely.
There's an attorney in Nashville. This reward was put up by the businesses in Hendersonville. And if anybody wants to donate to the reward, the last time I checked, it was at $3,500. You would take in a check into the attorney. The attorney will give you a receipt for it. It goes into an escrow. And that's right there. James Brian Lewis. And then he'll get.
By the way, for anybody that's new here or doesn't know, again, this is March 29th. All of this is null and void. There was no refund or reward to begin with. This was all investigated by other people that are local to the area, and there is no reward fund. There was some promise to pays. There is no current reward fund.
Give you a receipt. It will go into an escrow account. If information leads to the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers and the rescue of him, either or, let's go with rescue, then they'll turn around and that's the reward that they'll get.
Yes,
it's at $3,500.
So if you guys can contribute,
you will see that decline, Jennifer, too, very visibly as people get in his head and the content creators really latch onto him. You will see the decline in his answers, how evasive he is about things that he answered fully, that he stood firmly on, like Chris being in Memphis when he talked about that. He was so consistent on things in the beginning. When they came out and showed a united front, you know, things were very consistent, but then and he has a responsibility in that too. I'm not taking that away. I'm just saying you can watch the decline through the interviews.
You're interested in contributing and you don't want to do the GoFundMe, but you want to contribute in another way, you can do the reward. Okay. All the information is right here on the screen as we speak. So please go over there, check it out. If you can donate, that'd be greatly appreciated. You know, one thing though I'm curious about is, you know, when we talk about your GoFundMe, and I will be throwing these back up here, guys, again before the show's over and before this conversation is over, and the GoFundMe as well. That will be put back up here.
And please let me say this very clearly. I have very strong opinions on what I think, extremely strong opinions, but I am attempting to be the most. I'm trying not to lead you guys in a direction. And I'm also trying to get people to step back out of their emotions for a moment, because I've had to do it myself. I've had to continue to take deep breaths and step back out and say, just because of this doesn't mean we get here. And it is a constant battle, because there's a lot of fucking things that I can personalize with some of these situations. And it's not okay. None of this is acceptable. Weaponizing his own son's trauma, not acceptable. I can get with you guys on so many things, but we still have to look at this from a rational lens and understand that this is what happens to victims and their families. The re-victimization of victims and their families, and the intent and the pushing of the villain thing. This is another form of exploitation. This is just how it goes. And unfortunately, until people start waking up and see that this continues to happen, we don't have to like these people, but they are still going through horrible times.
In a second. But I'm curious, the GoFundMe, speaking of that, why are I heard things that Proudfoots were upset with you about doing this GoFundMe. What's going on with that? Is there anything you can, tell us about that? Why is there tension about a GoFundMe?
Widow 33. So what we know right now is it's an open investigation, and it has been classified kind of more as a runaway. but there's no evidence. There's nothing off the table right now. There's no evidence of foul play, but it's not off the table completely. It's not a criminal investigation. It's an open investigation that has been clarified, but it has definitely gone in the direction of a runaway.
Chris Candy spoke with me, and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers.
Spivey, it's really hard.
And my sister asked if she could start a GoFundMe just for me to help pay my bills while I'm looking for Sebastian. And I told her that's fine. Just don't attach Sebastian to it at all. And she said, okay. And she didn't do that. And Chris got upset and threatened to get an attorney.
Well, they had agreed on not getting a GoFundMe. They had agreed on no crowdfunding. And here he is being misleading, intentionally misleading, because at this point in time, he had asked for a requested leave of absence from his job, and his coworkers had donated PTO time. That's a fact too. And I'm willing to say that. I hope you guys understand what I'm doing, because I see the emotional course this story has taken people on, and I just want to focus on the details, the facts, the things that they say. Because at the end of the day, Sebastian needs to be brought home, and he has to come home. These are his family. We don't get to pick our families at the end of the day, and causing more divide and division within this family and wanting to not see them repair only affects him. And that's what I can't get down with. Because when we talk trash about his family, we're also talking trash about him. And that's what I need people to remember. I say that about the parents going back and forth, but we're also disparaging a part of him. This is who he came from. This is who's raised him. Right, wrong, indifferent. It is what it is.
Okay.
And personally, I'd like to thank everybody that donates to that, because that is paying my bills. And I did take a leave of absence, and I haven't been back to work since the 26th.
And I will say, I am very surprised that sorry, I'm just putting this in here, the GoFundMe, just so it's here for everybody to see. Okay. But I am very surprised that you were able to take a leave of absence without any issues at all whatsoever. Yet we heard, I don't know if they're still on their vacay, but they jumped into an RV and kick rocks. What are your thoughts on that? Because apparently it was because he didn't.
So Pascal set that up really shitty right there. And again, that falls back on the YouTuber. So he classifies it as they hopped in their RV and took off on a vacation. That's not what happened. They left the area because of safety threats, and Chris was returning to work. It's not hard to be factual, but they intentionally paint a narrative to up the emotional pull that people have.
You need to go back down there for work. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I don't have any thoughts on that, man. This ain't about them. This is about Sebastian. They're adults. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. My son, on the other hand, is not an adult.
And they did it with the approval and understanding of law enforcement. Law enforcement was privy to the fact that they were leaving town and had checked it out with law enforcement before they did so. That's another important detail. But it's also important detail to understand that this is March 29th. He had been missing for over a month at this point in time. They did not just up and leave like it's been stated over and over by so many people on YouTube. That's not what happened.
And it's on the adult to find him. And that's what I'm doing.
You gotcha.
No, they were not on vacation. No.
Now, I know a lot of people have asked a lot of these kind of questions about Sebastian. But I do have to ask anyway. Is there anything that would, is there anything in particular?
Tommy, if you're going to come in here and talk shit to my mods, you can just exit, because we don't have evidence of one way or another. There's no evidence, period. When law enforcement says that they have evidence that something nefarious happened, we can go that direction. But don't you dare come in here and call my fucking mods snowflakes. Just because you want something nefarious and ultimately doom and gloom to be the outcome of this case, you're the fucking sick one, not Duchess. Have a blessed fucking day.
That warms him up quickly, gets him very excited about things, or makes him become something that would connect someone to him quickly. Is it music? Is it video games? Is it comic books? Is it movies? Is there anything in particular that if someone was to see him from afar, is there anything that they could
absolutely
use or do to be able to bring him closer so we can call 911 to get him back to you?
Just call his name.
Just call his name.
Call his name. And if he turns around and sandy blonde hair, he may or may not still have his glasses. He had them, from my understanding, because they're missing out of his mama's house. But if he responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him, he may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911 immediately.
Instead of what Dolly and other people are doing and saying, I think I saw him. This kid looked just like him at a gas station, but they didn't take a picture. They didn't take a video. They didn't call it in. They didn't say his name, nothing. You know how simple it is to walk by somebody and say, hey, Sebastian. And if the kid turns around, super simple. All these excuses of, well, it's a little creepy taking pictures. You go to the fucking adult and say, there's a missing child. Is your child named XYZ? I mean, you adults out here act like you have. I saw somebody in Granny's chat saying that they think they saw him yesterday too. Get the fuck out of here. If you think you see a missing child and you do nothing, you're part of the fucking problem. Do you hear me?
He's going to need help.
A shit pisses me
He's going to need help.
A few more questions. I know these are tough.
Oh, Mandy, was that supposed to hurt our feelings? F you and F your mouth. You want a fucking cracker today? You want a tissue? We're talking about a child that is missing. And you fucking adults, well, I hope you're goddamn adults because my account's set to 18 and over. Maybe you shouldn't have internet. Seriously, we're talking about a child that is missing and you guys are stuck on wanting the worst fucking outcome possible. Like, are you joking?
And I know you've answered these a couple times, but I do have to ask. Now, has he...
Duchess, I need to teach you the same. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
Ever had any type of erratic behavior? Has he ever had any moments of rebellion at all?
Did you really just ask if a teenage boy had a moment of rebellion?
Yeah, I know that was a dumb question, but I got to ask it anyway. Would he retaliate in a way that would be like something like him disappearing, hiding away for a little while, so on and so forth? That's what I mean.
No, he's not done that. I mean, the boy likes to try to sometimes hide and scare you. But
Katie said the same thing, that sometimes he hid behind walls and would jump out and scare her for fun. Again, the consistency of the interviews was very spot on for the first couple months.
It's like...
First month, I should say.
You know, it's not one of those runaway type things. He's never been one that elopes. He's never been one that wants to be away. So, no.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I do have a question, and
Okay, take that back again because I just looked at my notes. No, maybe the first 2 weeks they were a little bit more consistently in line with each other. Okay, we'll go with that.
This is between you and me and a whole bunch of other people here, but
me in the world.
In the world, but I do have to ask you this because it is something that has been thrown out there quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I say this with all the love in my heart. Okay, just a precursor, but.
Mods, will you check that Katie Rogers account, please? When that was created, and give you one of you grab the link. Oh, I can do it on my phone. Hold on.
There has been a lot of conversation about you allegedly having some sort of insurance, life insurance on Sebastian. Can you explain that a little bit?
I've had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old.
Okay. Because I know that's something that a lot of speculation is brewing around that specifically. So I'm just asking because, of course, that's just something that people have been bringing up and having conversations about.
Understand? Yeah, I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber grow up plan, the younger they are.
Just so you guys know, if you have fake accounts that are impersonating the parents of a missing child, they are being reported to the TBI. You're welcome. It's not cool to exploit and try to exploit vulnerable parents. So you're welcome. You can thank your own stupidity and your ignorance for that. I don't play with stupid people impersonating or trying to pretend to be parents of a missing child.
I think you can put I used to sell insurance in California.
Right.
I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheapest you'll ever get it. And with Gerber Grow Up, the price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double. And yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I bet many people have those Gerber Grow plans and forget totally about him too.
I see. Okay.
Say he wanted to take money out against it after he's.
I bet, Spivey, I'm thinking that they probably got it together when him and Katie were married, when one of them were offered that through a job or a career or something.
18 or 21, say he needed, something for school, for college, whatnot.
No.
He can actually borrow against his life insurance policy because it's not a term, it's a whole life. So he can actually use that kind of like a savings plan.
I see. That makes sense to me.
And here's if you have a newborn child, what was it? I think he told me if you put $4,000 into an IRA for your child just once, by the time they're 50, they all have over $1 million in their IRA. And that's just a one-time deposit. There's other things.
Carolyn, you call me angry. I call it the reality of the situation. These are parents in the most vulnerable times. Poor behavior. Yeah, absolutely. Opportunistic YouTubers. Absolutely. It's disgusting to watch how this has all been played out. Absolutely disgusting. And if you think it's acceptable what has been done to a missing child and his loved ones, you can get fucked too. I just say it like it is. I'm not here to sugarcoat shit for your feelings. I'm running out of tissues from Costco.
I should have done when he was younger that now I know. You should always be preparing for your children's future, not just your own.
No doubt. It's your legacy, right?
He sure is.
It's your legacy.
One day he's going to be my age or older and be like, my dad did a lot of things for me. I think I want to do the same things for my kids.
No doubt. I'm really praying for you, my brother.
Oh, shut up, Pascal.
I am really praying for you. Is there anything else before we wrap up the show, this conversation? Is there anything else that you want to share with everyone out here before we sign off?
Thank you, everybody, for your prayers. Please keep your heads up, your eyes open.
There, again, I said this to somebody the other day. They said they never heard Seth thank anybody.
What if you all could be the person that sees my son? It could be the reason that I get him back.
I'm praying for you. I'm praying for Sebastian. I'm praying for everyone that is looking right now. My heart goes out to Sebastian. My heart goes out to you, my brother. And you know what? My heart does go out to the Proudfoots as well.
Oh, yeah. But you had to look down to say their name, you fucking slime.
Regardless of what the court of public opinion thinks or how I feel or anything of that sort, I hope that if there is information that's being withheld by any parties or anyone around this particular case, I just pray that there is an Easter miracle and they find some moments to speak out. And
Vicky, you don't even have to have an attorney to do them. A paralegal can do them. Anybody can do them. It doesn't matter what type of attorney they are. It doesn't matter. Anybody can do a cease and desist. It might not be her specialty, but any law office, any layman, anybody can do a cease and desist. They don't hold water. Period, point blank, end of story. There is no water that cease and desist hold, especially the ones that he wrote. There's nothing substantial behind it. It doesn't mean that it's not from an attorney. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have to be in their wheelhouse to do a cease and desist. It really doesn't. You can go online yourself and do one and send it to whoever you want.
Speak the truth. That's what I'm praying for.
But you're doing it will be set free of the light.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Oh, stop with the fucking bullshit, Pascal.
Tomorrow is a holy Saturday. Today was a good Friday. It could have been better.
And this is called faith manipulations, my friends. And Seth is doing it himself. And you don't have to like him. You can love him. But this is faith manipulation.
I'm praying for that Easter miracle.
Me too, brother.
Thank you, Pastor.
Anytime, Seth. You know I got you. You know
Thank you, Pascal, for taking advantage of me at my worst time. Thank you for helping me push a narrative against my ex-wife, who I can't stand because I lost her. Thank you for all your assistance in destroying my family even further.
everybody in this chat got you. Okay.
Oh.
We are team green heart emoji out here throughout all of these internet streets right now. All we want is clarity. All we want is transparency and the truth. And of course, finding this young man.
God,
that's all we want, just like you, right? So we are rooting for you and we got you. What are you going to say, Seth?
So that's all I want. I just want my son back. I want my son found so I can have him back. Because right now he's lost.
Me too. I do want him found. And I think we all can agree in the chat right now. So Seth, I'm going to let you go so you can continue doing what you're doing. Please, I just beg you. I know it's going to be very hard for you to do this.
Yes.
But it's one small request. Okay? One simple, small request. Even the good Lord rested on Sunday.
That was after 7 days.
After 7 days, I know. But you've been running ham. You've been going ham for days, for weeks now. So all I ask, so that you can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to fight and keep soldiering on for your son, all I ask is you get just a little bit of shut-eye on Sunday or within the next 48 hours. You deserve it, and your body deserves it. We can't have a sleep-deprived Seth Rogers out here.
To the account in the chat, you're so childish. Childish. You're so childish. By the way, it's you are. So YOU''RE. That's how that should go. But Mod Snowflakes, Becky Childish. I'm the childish one because I'm running around creating fake accounts because I'm trying to act a fool and like a little kid, even though I'm probably a full grown-ass adult on the internet when people are reviewing words of a missing father. Okay, I'm the child dish. Gotcha. All right. Carry on.
We need a fully alert and ready and healthy Seth Rogers. So please bless your body with some rest this weekend. That's all I'm asking. And I'm not sitting here saying, do not feel that you taking a 2-hour nap is letting your son down. In fact, that's helping your son. It's keeping you strong. It's keeping you healthy. So please do that for me. And for everyone else here, please. Thank you.
Oh, fucking the dramatics, Pascal. Really? Really?
I know. Just try.
Just please give it your best shot. We care so much about you. Oh, please. Fucking gag me with a spoon.
Drink some chamomile tea, something. Get all fancy with that ish. You feel me?
Absolute Cash. 100%.
I think I have some chamomile tea right here.
That's the worst things you could be drinking right now, my brother. Okay? But
at least it's not alcohol.
At least it's not that. Thank God it's not. But I'm just saying, hydrate. Water. It's clear, not that. Put that down. Put it down. Put it down. Put that ish down. Get some proper sleep, my brother. Put it down. Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
Drink whatever.
All right. I love you, man. I really do. Real talk. My heart goes out to you. I
love you, man. I love you, man. I don't know you, but thank you for letting me exploit your son.
Really want everything to change today, like right now, in finding him. I want nothing but positivity, and I just want the truth, just like you do, and finding your son. So I hope we do find him and find the truth, or at least some leads that get us closer to finding him.
100%.
I do appreciate you sharing everything you did tonight. I know it's not easy, especially when you've done 15,000 interviews in the last 48 hours. But I know this is all for the good cause.
But
it is what it is. Totally understand. You are free to do as you want. You know that.
You know, I just want to keep my son's name and face out there.
Well, that's why you have content creators like myself and the many other amazing content creators on this platform and on TikTok talking about Sebastian. Exactly. And we'll continue talking and bringing his name to light until this case is solved, until he is found. But Seth, I'm gonna let you go so you can go get some rest. I know you've been getting phone calls like crazy. I know you got a lot of things you got to do, many miles to go before you sleep. So I'm gonna let you go to it because I know that's important. Okay, but you stay blessed. Get some rest, my brother. Enjoy your Easter Sunday. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. Much love to you, my brother. And we'll be talking soon. Okay, I'll be in touch. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, brother. Stay blessed. All right. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the dramatics of Pascal. The dramatics. KNS, thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate you. What the fuck, man? Like, why? 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 Okay, here we go. We're moving on. You guys want to do... You want to do the lab, or would you like to do T-Rev 757? Which one would you like to do? They're from the same day. They are both from March 30th, March 31st. Hold on. Let me date myself. Give me a second. Pause. We can do March 31st. Seth pops on to the lab or T-Rev. The lab, okay, I gotcha. Let me go right here. Hold on one moment. Let me go grab this one. Sebastian Rogers, Ghost of Chris Proudfoot. Let me find it right quick. Give me 1 second. All right.
And
here we go. Sorry, I get all serious looking. Okay, so this is from T-Rev just received his C&D. Well, that's fitting. River House. I can see why that one would go. Again, a lot of these people have done a lot of weird shit. And, you know, again, I go back to concern was not there. Content was there. All right. Y'all ready? So we're going to do this one now, and then we are going to do T-Rev. Neither one of these are super long, so we don't have, I mean, this one's about an hour, so we're going to try to get through this, and then we will go further. Okay, again, this is all under fair use. This is from the lab from March 31st, 2024. If anybody has questions, please ask. Cash, your little buddy over here is getting a tattoo for her birthday this weekend. She's all excited. She's getting Chloe's, her ears, and then I think her paw or her name on her. That's what she's doing. All right, here we go. And she misses you, by the way. She was telling me that you guys were messaging the other day. She was like, I got to talk to Cash. Made her day.
you said so.
Here we go. I know. Sorry.
Did it fly by again? I don't know. Hold on. Do I have to pin it?
I know you guys can all hate me because I bring out the worst of the worst, but here we go. We're trying to get through all of these. We're trying to just lay them out. Please understand that I'm trying to dial it back a notch because the emotional state of everybody around this case, including content creators who are completely strangers on the internet to this family, have really done the most. And I don't want to be a part of the problem. I would like to be as kind to everybody as possible because ultimately this is going to affect Sebastian, the outcome of Sebastian. And I really continue to hope that he's alive and well and will get to come home at some point in time, whatever the case may be, and that there is some repair that can be done because he's the one that suffers in the end of all of this. So I hope you understand why I'm drawing it back a notch. It's not that I don't think Seth has terrible behavior. It's not that I don't think he has weaponized and done things horribly to help paint a narrative. I agree with all of you on all of that. I'm not discrediting that. I'm just trying to take it a step back. I see so many people getting upset about these cease and desist, which I understand, but his behavior has been like this all along. And it really amplified by creators. Creators really honed in on this and really pushed the narrative. So I hope you understand why I'm trying to like pull it back in a little bit, but that's just for me. Other people are going to do whatever suits them. This is how I've always maneuvered. I don't think anybody is shocked by hearing me try to give grace. These are the parents of a missing child. We don't have to like them. It's not a fucking personality competition. These people are going through the worst time of their life. One shot.
There you go.
I got you.
All right. Oh, there we go. I'm taking it down now. Deleting it.
2-5.
Removing it. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Fellas, how are you tonight? Happy Easter to both of you.
Hey, Josh.
How you
Good
doing?
evening.
How's it? How you doing, man?
It was a lonely day.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. I'm telling you, you guys were in my thoughts, and we were all hoping for a Easter miracle. But the search continues this week, correct?
Yes, sir. Every day
All right, and meeting at the same spot.
at the rudder.
So at this point in time, he was still stating that they were searching every day. Again, there's no proof of that, but he states that they were searching every day.
And
But we also know that other people were on the ground searching at this point in time because they were live streaming their searches.
I'm not trying to get into that or anything, but is it still being ran by the Cajun Navy, or are they gone?
Being ran by me.
Ran by you. Okay, so you're back in charge. Well,
I was in charge. Just some people didn't realize it.
I can
And that's interesting right off the bat. I'm always in charge. Some people just didn't realize it.
understand that, but
He definitely has control features, same as Chris. I mean, I do too. I'm a control freak, so no shade there, but it's just part of their personality.
yeah, it just turned into a mess. But okay, so the search is ran by you. God bless that. I think that that's a great thing. But so you had your meeting with Ellie, and I heard you talk a little bit about it, and I know that you can't really go into it, but what is it? Can you tell us anything about that?
Not really. I mean, they showed me the video with the light.
I know, Demon. I hear you. This is really hard for me, and this isn't my personal opinions or my personal thoughts. Please understand that. I am doing this for the benefit of Sebastian, because me being out here trashing his father isn't going to help him in the long run. And until we haven't, he's done enough of that to his own son. I don't need to do that either.
Lights and what everybody was saying was flashlights, but they showed me the whole video, and then they showed me what I've been asking for since week 1, which was proof of life since Thursday.
Did you get that?
Speak to him. Yeah, they showed me a video of my son and his mother leaving Texas Roadhouse.
And what day was that?
That was Sunday. That was the day that they went out to eat on Sunday.
Okay, and so they left the house, or they left the Texas Roadhouse. Was that what it was? And was it reported that they were headed straight back to home? Is that what's supposed to happen?
Correct.
Well, I mean, that places him in her custody that day, and that allegedly that they made it home. And so I mean, that's something. How are you? Are you in contact with law enforcement daily?
I'm in contact with TBI almost daily.
Yeah, and they just kind of give you a say. What do they say? We're still working.
Hey, think about this. There's only 2 days between these interviews. Pay attention to that and how much changes. Thor, I get you too. Completely get it.
Get on it.
They either tell me something or they tell me nothing, which is something.
Nothing is something. Anything promising? I mean, any tips, any leads, any search areas that you find promising?
If I find anything that's promising, I'm out there.
Right. And geez. Let me just, I do want to ask you about this. I'm not trying to get you riled up, but I found it really odd when Chris said to you to not be upset. Did you find that odd?
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, he's an odd person.
Yeah, look, maybe that was his way of like, hey.
Thank you, Julie, for letting me know. I will continue doing this. This is important to me to get through all of this and then get it over with. because there's so many interviews. And I think it's very important to take it back to the things that we've been told by the very people around Sebastian. So feel free to go join that if you would like. I'm going to continue on to get through these.
You know,
But
don't freak out. But I don't know how anybody wouldn't freak out. I really don't. That'd be impossible to me, at least. I don't know. But it's just
wouldn't be my first stalker.
what's that? Oh, Seth, I'd hope you'd come on here. No, I'm not stalking you. Whenever anybody says that they're not stalking, for sure. you know what it is. Trevor, tell me about the
yes,
these landfill searches that have everybody so confused.
Well, all that's been said or confirmed was the landfill search on the 7th of March, and it was at least reported by media that it was the landfill where their trash goes to.
In Kentucky?
Yes, it's a couple hours from Sumner County, and they searched for an entire day. And initially, they planned to go back out the second day, and then
this is after Pascal's video. Pascal's from March 29th. This is from March 31st.
No.
And so that trash site is where the residential trash goes.
Oh, did you?
That's what was reported. Yes.
But now you have people saying that it was the construction trash zone, right? I mean, what law enforcement said is they were searching the landfill from where the trash was dumped from the home. Is how I understood it.
Right.
Does that seem? Am I right there?
Yeah, it was said that it was where their trash was taken.
Yeah. So it's what is law enforcement telling you about searching, Seth? I mean, they've obviously given you their blessing, but there are.
I wouldn't say they gave me their blessing, but you can't tell me that you can't stop me from searching.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so he acknowledges again. He's been acknowledging that he was told not to search. I'm going to slow this down.
That's so. Okay, so say you weren't searching. Who would be searching then?
I don't know.
Because that seems like a problem in itself. Like if it wasn't for you, there would be no search parties going on. And I find that crazy. So to me, and I'm probably completely wrong, that would indicate that they know something, that they have an idea of something. Unless they're just, you know what I'm saying? How there's not constant updates, but even like once a week updates or whatever. I mean, but TBI has gone silent, and they've gone silent right after the landfill stuff. You know what I mean? And they say they found nothing there, and thank God, because look, if he's out there, he needs to be found, but you just don't want that. You just don't want that. I don't need to tell you that. It's just like,
it's really interesting to me watching the creators put so much into the atmosphere about what law enforcement isn't doing. And it seems to be consistent with creators who exploited summer wells over and over again, that they have, well, the TBI didn't do this in the summer case and yada, yada, yada. So they brought that heavy into this one right from the jump. And the whole law enforcement doesn't do this. And we've seen it in the comparison and everything like that. Josh is one of those that does that, in my opinion.
Is Seth controlling the search grid? I don't know. Seth, can you talk about the search? I don't know.
I control what I send people. People control if they go there.
And are you guys meeting at 10 tomorrow?
9:30, but yeah.
9:30. And do you have some volunteers coming out?
I hope.
All right. So let's put in the chat. Seth is looking for help to help search for tomorrow, 9:30. Yeah, I don't know why. They searched, that initial search was pretty vast, right? I mean, it was pretty exhaustive. I mean, they did do a lot of searching, but then it just stopped, went into investigation mode. And then we haven't heard much.
I went to a place last Saturday, not this Saturday that just passed, but the Saturday and Sunday before. And the owner told me that Sumner County Sheriff's Department were out there, and that they had 6 officers that came out to their property, but they left after 10 minutes.
So they were still, as of March 21st, if we give it 8 days, a week before, we could even go the 21st, 22nd, 23rd in that window of dates. They were still out there law enforcement was still out there doing stuff.
Can you repeat that? I want to make sure I got that right.
Absolutely, he is, Julie.
That warehouse building that I went and searched, that JLR recorded.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Absolutely.
The owner told me that Sumner County had been out there, or law enforcement had been out there the day before, and it was supposedly six people in uniform came out. They were there for 10 minutes and then they left.
And that's a pretty big piece of property, right? Because it's a whole warehouse, so there's quite a bit of space to cover.
Kim, and it seems very heavy. You can disagree with me though, but it seems very intentional that they only want and they only talk about things to paint a narrative in a certain direction. Law enforcement isn't doing enough. Why don't they just arrest Katie and make her talk? Katie was the last one to see him. Katie has all this bad behavior. Look at Chris and all of this stuff. Like, it's very intentional to paint a narrative. Like, they only care about the details of helping paint a negative narrative against one of the parents. That's been my experience so far. I would love to hear what you guys think.
Extra, there were other buildings, and yeah, we spent more than 10 minutes searching that whole place. So
Yeah.
And y'all, please understand that I'm not saying you guys can't have feelings about Seth. I've said that numerous times today, but I don't want people thinking that I'm doing this for any other reason. And I'm definitely not doing this to save myself from a cease and desist, because I'll turn that into just like I do with scorpions. I am not concerned about legal documents whatsoever. I don't get myself mixed up in shit like that. I get crazy phone calls from people like VHB with veiled threats, but I'm not afraid of any of that shit whatsoever. I'm not taking this stance for any other reason than I want to pull my emotions out of the situation and look at it through a new course of action of what is really factually here, what was really factually stated, what was Seth really saying in the beginning of this, because I think it gives us good insight into what he perceived to be the case of why Sebastian disappeared. And if you follow what he says up until now, he has continuously said he left, he left, he left. It's over time that changes and it becomes more nefarious and these stories start coming out. I don't know why it's, oh, he had an audio issue. Sorry, it's not me muted, it's them.
Hold on. Sorry. Are you guys there?
I
Yeah.
am.
Did you get my text, Trev?
I just saw it. Sorry.
Sorry. Anyway, I had to take a little bathroom break there. Hold on here. And so, and when was that? That was recent?
It wasn't this weekend. It was last weekend.
So 6 officers. So maybe they are following up on tips and things like that. Maybe that's what's, I don't know. I just
Maybe they are. Maybe they are. Hear the language that the YouTubers intentionally use. Maybe they are. They're talking to a father of a missing child who is telling them that he knows that they've been out here doing things, so on and so forth. He's been very consistent in the interviews that we watched. He said law enforcement was doing a really good job, and then it starts to decline as time goes on. Like, these are normal patterns, but the YouTubers hone into that and they try to fill in those gaps with more doubt, in my opinion. And it's all to paint these narratives for clicks and views, because who wants a basic story, right? They sensationalize stuff. They amp it up. They absolutely exploit the vulnerability of the parents. 100%.
I'm confused. I know you're more confused. It is just, it's a really confusing thing. Can you tell, I'm sure you're probably tired of answering this question, but how do we know about the shoes again? Can you tell me that? How do we know he didn't have shoes?
Because his feet were growing.
And they consistently go back to things like this about the shoes. Okay, there's many different options for whether he had shoes or didn't have shoes. Okay, that's here nor there really in the whole perspective of things, but they get stuck on these things and they continue to paint a narrative with those specific things.
So we had just bought him new shoes. I bought him a new pair of boots from Boot Barn, and she had bought him a new pair of sneakers from whatever.
And so those were the only two he had?
And at the front door, he had his boots, the shoes that the boots that I had bought him, the new tennis shoes his mom had bought him, and his old tennis shoes that were getting too small for him.
Yeah, right. I got you. So he didn't have a ton of shoes. You had gotten rid of some shoes because of his feet growing. So that's how.
Unless he bought him shoes that I didn't know about, but I don't really stay in their house.
Right.
You know, try. You know, when I went there, I was uncomfortable all the time, anyways.
Yeah. Diamond Girl says, Josh, they called Seth in to show him proof of life, but why did they call Katie in? Well, I don't think that was the only reason, right? Seth, that wasn't the only reason. I mean, you were the one that asked for that, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he was with Katie, so she would know that there was proof of life. But, hey, what do you make of? You never took a polygraph, right? No, they never asked you to take one.
Nah, I volunteered though.
Again, March 31st, he hadn't taken a polygraph by.
Yeah, well, so Chris early on said that him and Katie both took one, and that they both passed. And then on Nancy, he said that he actually never took one because of his proximity to the house. But you said that TBI did tell you that Katie had taken a polygraph and passed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting, but maybe that's just who they're just telling. You know, I mean, I don't know. Polygraphs don't really mean much.
And right there, Katie had passed hers, and Josh goes right into, well, they're really not useful, you know, instantly. And no, they're not admissible. But if it would have been, she would have failed, there would have been a whole different narrative painted behind it. Or if Seth, same thing, either or, you can go any way on it. It fits whichever way they want it to go.
You being in law enforcement, you would know that. But they don't, especially these kind of kids.
And he knows he's not actual law enforcement. He's a correctional officer, yes, because of the terms, blah, blah, blah.
There's a whole world around an investigation. You know.
Say that again.
I said there's a whole world around an investigation. You know?
Right. No, I can understand that. It's
They use them in court to put people away because people just, you know how to tell the truth.
Well, you know, I hear another thing is that it's interrogation tactic as well, which, you know, I can understand that. And so maybe they'll just say, hey, maybe they did pass, or maybe they didn't pass, or, you know, they kind of leave it out there. But
they do interrogation like the way I was taught way back in the day.
yeah, those are rough interrogations, huh?
Well, don't hurt me much.
Why would he have been taught about interrogations way back in the day? That stood out to me when the first time I heard it. But now that stands out to me again. Why would he have known about interrogation tactics way back when? That was something that stood out to me.
So we have Katie taking a polygraph, Chris not. You didn't take one.
Exactly.
One thing that I've thought about it is if Chris is, I say alibi, I'm not saying alibi, but if he was where he said he was the whole time, and I don't have any reason to disbelieve him or believe him, I don't know, till I hear it from somebody else. Wouldn't that be fairly easy to confirm that if he was at work or not?
Should be.
But have you got a definite answer on that?
They haven't told me nothing, but I thought he was there.
They haven't told me nothing, but I thought he was there. Before, he said blatantly, 2 days before this, he was in Memphis. There was no hesitation in what he said to Pascal, nothing. He said he was in Memphis. Now, they haven't told him anything. I thought he was there.
You thought he was at work?
I'm under the assumption that he was in Memphis.
Now I'm under the assumption that he was in Memphis. Watch how things start to trickle down. That's the big picture I want people to take away.
Is that only because
Army vet
of what he said?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So nobody's really corroborated anything like that for you guys. And I mean, obviously you were at work because you didn't get the phone call until you had left. You had got a text message, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I don't get though. I don't understand why law enforcement wouldn't just come out and say, hey, yeah, this person was actually
But they might have. We don't know. They might have absolutely told him Chris was in Memphis. He's been consistent that Chris was in Memphis up until now.
Law enforcement doesn't clear you.
But I don't think that's clearing somebody. That's just kind of saying, hey, you know, this person was here at this time, and that's, because even I said this earlier, you can get cleared and then you can get uncleared. I mean, that's happened before. I'm not asking him to clear anybody. I'm just saying that, like,
Yeah, it
They won't
does.
even clear me.
What's that?
I said they won't even clear me. So
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, Demon, he 100% supported it. Yeah, absolutely. They saw an opportunity to use that revenge-seeking side of him and the bitterness and in my opinion, again, the wanting Katie back in his life at any cost, basically. Like, you can tell he is definitely bothered by the divorce and his relationship not being the same with Katie, like 100%. And he allowed it and went along with it.
That's true. That's true. But I don't know, man. Your actions definitely speak much, much louder. Hold on. There's a couple questions here. Time is it weird? It's got to be after midnight.
His actions speak so much louder. However, we know by listening to his own words that him and Chris went out searching, that Katie and Chris didn't leave the area at first, like they tried to paint in a narrative. All of these things that Sebastian never told him of anything going on in the house that was derogatory or anything. And he asked, we've heard all of these things.
And okay, listen to Chris. He's worried about shoes. He cuts Katie off on Nancy Grace. There's something about the shoes. I don't know, man. I don't know if there's, like, I understand that people's fascination with the shoes. I just don't know. I don't know if that's a red herring or not. I mean, maybe it could be. What question did Seth want Trev time to ask? I don't know. What's that, Trevor?
Oh, I'm not sure. I talked to Seth for a few hours when I was in town. I'm sure he's tired of hearing my questions.
Yeah, probably. Makes sense. Summer's Army says, Seth, we're praying for you. And from Calgary.
Okay, can I just tell you guys something? All of you running around with Sebastian's Army, Summer's Army, all of those accounts, you're fucking cringe as fuck. Y'all are fucking weird ass clowns. That is so cringe. Summer's Army, Summer Wells, blah, 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 blah. Like, all those different accounts, those people, just stay the fuck away from me, because that is something else to watch strangers get so emotionally wrapped up and they change their accounts to these missing children's names.
Alberta, Canada. That's a ways away. You ever been to Canada, Seth?
no, I haven't, but I would like to go. But I don't have a passport.
Yeah, you need a passport to go anywhere anymore.
Not to. I don't think. What's that douche whistle that's in Parliament up there?
Trudeau.
Trudeau?
What's that?
In Canada?
Yeah,
Trudeau?
yeah. Me and him wouldn't get along.
This shows a little bit more of his side.
Douche whistle.
That's a good one.
I've never heard that one, but I'm gonna lock that one in. No offense to our Canadian viewers.
Well, that's what's it. If you support him, then you probably support Biden.
Yeah, well,
I don't support child molesters or hair sniffers either.
Yeah, leave that. They're supposed to be talking about Sebastian. I don't find that. Anywho,
hair sniffers. Yeah, I can understand that too. Douche whistle. That's a good one. One time Trevor called somebody fossil nuts, like an old man that he doesn't like. He called them fossil nuts.
Yeah, but old men can sling those nuts and they might hurt.
I ate Subway the other day.
this goes. Every interview we've seen him do with the lab is so ridiculous and focuses everything but Sebastian. It's Josh, the way Josh guides everything, though, in my opinion.
Yesterday.
And
thought about you the whole time.
Was it fresh?
Probably not. Probably not. They told me they had to get some fresh bread from the back.
Oh, yeah. I bet you it came with dental floss.
That bread was walking.
It certainly did. Well, I'm gonna let you guys get to bed because I know it's after midnight there, and you got to search tomorrow. I appreciate you coming up and talking. I'm sorry that today just wasn't the day. Hopefully tomorrow's the day, and this nightmare ends. It's just
It is a nightmare, but I'll tell you, nightmares do end at some point in time.
Somebody said, how do you feel about Nina? From what I understand, that he feels fine about her, but
Oh yeah, big details I forgot to mention. March 29th. Anybody remember the significance of that date? Yeah, that's the date that the Nina interview dropped with Trevor Lee. So 2 days before this is when the Nina interview dropped. Now listen to the response. He's not going to get off here. He's still on for another 30 minutes or so. But pay attention to his response to this.
but that's up to Seth.
I'm sorry. Are you Chris? Are you telling me how I'm supposed to answer?
How do you feel about Nina?
Hurricane or Chris's ex-wife?
The latter.
Both if you want. It doesn't matter to me. Chris's ex-wife first.
I feel sorry for that lady. I really do. I mean, she dealt with somebody. If half of what she said was true, all right, not saying that the whole thing wasn't true. All right, if half of what she dealt was true, then she's probably got PTSD to begin with, and she's probably in fear of her life.
Yeah. Look, when listening to that, it was shocking. And you're right. Even if one of those incidents were true, I believe her. I absolutely believe her because she's got a lot on the line, man. You know, she's got a lot on the line. So for her to come out and tell Porky's is going to would be a big problem for her in her upcoming battle, you know. So, and I don't think that she's done by any means at all.
No. And we cleared that with her attorney before we hit record.
Right. So she's got a lot on the line. Let's see. Seth told Dolly that Dolly didn't ask him the correct questions. What are the correct questions to ask to get some answers? Well, I'm assuming that you don't have the answers.
If I had the right question, then I would have the right answer, and having the right answer means I would know where to go to find myself.
Correct. So I understood what you meant by that. It was
I have no problem at people asking questions because I'm hoping that some point in time it will click and I'll know where to go find myself.
Yeah. That's kind of how I took I did hear about that, but I understood what you meant by that. It's like, well, if the questions, if they're not the right questions, we're not going to get the right answers, you know? And
I find that piece so ironic about how Nina has PTSD, but what he does in the upcoming days to his own son and ex-wife are quite noticeable, in my opinion.
what was this in chat?
there's a lot of stuff in chat.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Tell Debbie no, she didn't come with a lawyer.
Did somebody call me fat? Do I need to delete them? Did Katie come with a lawyer to the meeting? Debbie says no. The answer is no.
What did Mohawk Mom say? PhD Christian said at Mohawk Mom, that's hearsay. I want to hear it from Seth. Yes, I called Trudeau a douche whistle.
I don't know if that's hearsay. That's your opinion.
No, I don't know what at Mohawk Mom. I don't know what she said.
Mohawk Mom.
I also found it interesting too, another piece of the Nina part, that he calls her that lady. But he also has said that Sebastian and his stepsister would FaceTime when Sebastian was at his house.
Mohawk Mom's solid. I don't know. I didn't see the chat's going pretty fast. Unfortunately, it's really hard to.
I know. I was looking for it.
Sonia says, Seth, I'm sending you love. Excuse me, Seth, I'm sending you a hug from Australia.
I'll take the hug.
All right.
Trevor Lee did the interview with Nina. And then it's really ironic too that he says that the lawyer cleared that. That seems pretty shady to me.
We could all use one of those, huh?
We could all use love too.
Josh, you are handsome like sweet Seth. Great. Thank you. Great work. Trevor, you're a good kid. That's true. He is a good kid. I like Trevor a lot.
Yeah.
Does anyone know?
I found her comment.
Yeah, what was it?
She said, Seth.
Thank you, Zan, because that's what I really am hoping people get out of this. Like, I don't know what happened to Sebastian. I'll be the first to say that. I have no clue. There's so many possibilities on the table. And I just wish people would see how these YouTubers intensely, including people like Jay for Justice. Jay for Justice hasn't had any of the parents on her channel whatsoever. And she goes into chats and cherry picks out more speculation and rumors and bullshit and runs with it. Doesn't fact check herself, doesn't care, because they don't have, and then they're, oh, but we care so much. No, you don't. They do this shit constantly and it really irks me.
Seth was at the home before Chris got there. It was after 1 p.m. So they're talking about the day Sebastian was reported missing.
Yeah, what was can you tell me about the delay? What was this? Why did it take him so long to get home? Did he say that he had to?
Oh, Revival, you're talking about the Nina interview? That wasn't an interview. There was no questions even asked. She just told her story. And I don't know. That was so odd. The timing of it was odd, everything. But from that point on, we go so far south in the interviews and you can watch a significant decline. 2 days later, you heard what he was saying on Pascal. There was no hesitation. He was answering questions. Nina's interview comes out, and here we go, right down the tubes. And they were trying in the beginning, like he had already been saying a few off-kilter things, but this really turned, the emotional overload was on whole shit show.
He had to wait for something. He had to get relieved. Is that why it took him so long to get there? If he was called at 6:30 or whatever, it's a 3-hour drive back. So say it took him a half hour to get his stuff together, and he didn't hook up his fifth wheel and he just drove back.
Yes.
Why would it take him after 1 or 2 o'clock to get there? Was there ever any discussion of that?
No.
Did you find that awkward or weird?
No.
Really? Yeah. Maybe I'm off. I don't know. To me, I would think that you would come home. I don't know. Maybe I've heard that people said that he needed relief or something on his job or whatever. And I mean, that's totally possible. So maybe it's not as strange, but I mean, 7 hours seems like a long time.
See the way that he's trying to phrase that too, when in reality, if you think that your kid's going to be found within a few hours and nobody thinks that it's going to be 100+ days, like you're not initially thinking that. So I'm sure that he was waiting to see how it would progress, and they were hoping they'd find him in a couple of hours, everything would be fine, right? Like that's normal to me, to like wait and things kind of play out, like not jump the gun. But here we are. Plus, he's a crane operator. You kind of have to get approval from your bosses to leave in an emergency even. Like you can't just walk off the job. That's not how this shit works, especially in big contracting jobs. Like, oh, they all jumped the gun. Somebody said something up here that I wanted to touch on. Oh, Lisa. Oh, Napa Valley girl. So far, all I know for fact is that Clue got one in a certified letter from an attorney's office. CJ supposedly got one in a letter. I don't know if it was certified or not. I have not gone to verify myself, so I will do that. Trev 757, T-Rev 757, I'm sorry. The Reverend, his name isn't even Trevor. The Reverend's girlfriend, Michaela, supposedly got one in an email, and then JLR got one from Grandma Rogers a couple weeks back. That's all I know for fact right now.
But who knows what was going on?
That is a long time.
Well, I mean, how long did it take you to get there? What time did you get to the house?
Pay attention.
About 40 minutes after.
After you got called?
Yeah, after I called him.
Right. Okay. But I mean, you're closer. But still, I don't know. Maybe he had to get somebody to, I don't know. Do they decommission cranes? I don't know what the frig. What, you got to park one of those things or you just leave it? I have no idea. I don't know anything about cranes. I like them, but I don't know anything about
Josh?
Them. Please check your messages. What the hell? Okay. So the address for the meetup. So for the volunteers, people are asking.
Oh, hold on. Thomas Randall, you're correct.
Yeah, Thomas, you're correct. What's Thomas correct about?
I don't know, lean on me. I did not look in the cabinet.
Look in the cabinet for what?
Let's see here. Monica says, Seth, I've been praying for you and your son every day. I'm sorry that this is happening. Mab's in the house. What up, Mab? Fun fact about Mab we learned on Lab After Dark last night is that he likes blue cheese on everything.
Read what you say, because it's an active investigation, and I don't work for the sheriff's department.
Okay. Back to the, what's the address?
126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Hendersonville, Tennessee. There you go.
So you don't misspell it.
What? Misspell Hendersonville?
Any of that, like road.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm good. All right, so Tennessee.
Josh is such a jackass. I'm sorry. I don't like this dude at all.
Did I put it out there? Just spell road. This is a tough one, Seth. I'm gonna need you to help me. The THE.
I can't read.
Why not?
Can't read your handwriting.
Yes. Yes.
You sound delirious.
Yes.
It's been a long day, I'm sure. It's late there.
Stand up, kneel down, sit. Stand up, kneel down, sit.
Yeah.
Stand up,
Yeah.
kneel down, genuflect, sit. Stand up, kneel down, genuflect, sit.
Mhm.
Welcome to Matt.
Yeah. Yeah. Big hug, Seth.
He did say, I don't work for the sheriff's department. I think he was talking about Sumner County Sheriff's Office, but he didn't clarify. He works for Davidson County.
Canada hates Trudeau too. Gail gifting a lab membership. Thank you so much, Gail, and single mom as well. All right. So I don't know. I didn't even pin it. Damn it. I'll pin it. Oh, there it is. Hold on. I'm going to pin it at the top of this chat. And then I will also, oh no, I did pin it. Never mind. I'm on top of it.
I don't know if she's got a personality. No, my son did not have a passport.
No.
I have PayPal or Venmo.
What'd you say? You don't?
I don't.
He don't. But there is a GoFundMe that's still active, correct?
Yeah, and a Cash App that somebody else gave me to use.
All right. So right there, people have said that he has not promoted his Cash App, GoFundMe, or PayPal. Well, you just heard that he corrected them that he does not have PayPal or Venmo, but he does direct them to the Cash App. So just so people are aware, that came out of his own mouth.
And a Cash App that somebody else gave him to use. Is that on the, what's the best way?
Fuck no. No.
Probably the Cash App, I guess. The GoFundMe is fine too.
Okay.
Probably the Cash App. The GoFundMe is fine too. Again, some of you people need to go listen to what has actually been stated and by whom. BJ.
App is faster.
Yeah, what is that?
Is Trap Time still in here?
Cash App is faster.
Yep.
Not really, because once you have a account linked to GoFundMe, I think it's seconds.
I think Trevor has it all.
Trev, can you put it in the chat for me?
Yeah, let me grab it real quick.
Cool.
Like, I don't know how to do this stuff. You guys realize that I can program a VCR. I can build a tower.
Right? Be kind.
But figuring out this stuff is just a little delirious for me.
You can
Good.
program a VCR. You still have that? You still have a VCR?
No.
Oh.
You're probably right, Kim.
But I can program one.
Yeah.
We're
Is
gonna
it
see
TM Fleming?
Yep. Hey, Trap Time, did you have the link to that place where I was buying my shirts?
All right, here we go. Okay, this is why we're doing this, because I think it's so important. Sorry, I'm a little bit, maybe you guys could call me a snowflake today. I'm really concerned about the outcome this is going to have on Sebastian, truly. Like, that's what breaks my heart. These are grown adults, like all of the parents. I don't think what's been done to Katie is fair at all. Even Chris, even Seth, in some perspectives. Seth has been a major piece of the misinformation too, and we can't overlook that. But Sebastian's my concern in all of this. So here we go. Now you're going to see a little bit more spicy from me.
With Sebastian's face on him?
I can see if I have it. Let me check real quick.
I know.
People were asking me where I was getting the shirts from.
Oh, okay. Cool. Very good. Let's see.
So people have ordered them.
So you can order those shirts and Trevor will have the information or the. I did see your shirt. It was beautiful, but it's heartbreaking too at the same time. You know, it's a.
By the way, please, if you want a t-shirt, do it through Katie's t-shirt that she designed. Nobody's profiting whatsoever. It's the cost of the shirt. They're $22. It's directly through a local organization. They mail it to you. There's no additional cost. Nobody's profiting off of awareness of Sebastian being missing.
Yeah, we got a couple hundred flyers out here to pass out here in East Tennessee. I got a yard sign to put up here too now.
Okay, so is it Trevor? Is it TM FLEMING?
Mm-hmm.
That's the correct one.
TMB Fleming.
Okay, so that's not
Safe,
right.
Marcy.
Unpin.
I'm typing it on the chat.
I will speak to that lawyer tomorrow about how we can get to donate for the rewards. I don't know if it's going to work, at least because that attorney likes to give people receipts for what they put in. It keeps him out of trouble.
Ugh.
Yeah, reward funds can get tricky. If not, I know there's been some other cases where nobody got receipts and then it was all convoluted.
Okay, so there's the correct one there. There it is.
Remember, isn't that your job, Josh?
What? To shout out new members?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I appreciate you doing that. Let's see. Stephen Rhodes became a YouTube member. I appreciate that. And Seth co-signed that for you. Isn't that your job? yeah, it kind of is. It is. Along with ranting and pontificating and getting pissed off and, you know. Like, Seth, when did X contact you that your son was missing?
My ex has never actually contacted me about my son missing.
When was the last time you talked to her?
What do you mean by talk to her? Like the last time she gave me a snide remark, or the last time I said hello?
The last time that vocal waves came out of her mouth to your ears towards you.
TBI when I went for my meeting.
And before that, when?
About 2 weeks before that.
So I mean, she's not communicating with you at all. But that wasn't uncommon, was it? Before Sebastian went missing.
It was on and off. It was like, are you having a good day? If you're having a good day, I might be able to. But if she's pissed off at me, you know.
Oh, okay, Trevor, tell me again the Cash App.
Okay, 1 second. I just closed it out. Let me grab it.
Meanwhile, he was there at the house for 3 days in the very beginning of this. Maybe
The Alaska rumors.
Somebody said that Chris's family left to
very good.
left to Alaska. I don't know.
Ricky, who is Ricky Beavers?
I think that was right. Ricky Beavers is a country music singer. That
There's stuff in the chat, Josh.
Okay, so that one was right. So there's no numbers or anything.
Nope.
Okay.
It's just TMB Fleming.
TMB.
Fleming.
No, I don't think Katie's scared of anybody unless she's scared of my mother.
Well, look, man. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, Ricky is a musician. So yeah, Ricky's been around for a while.
He doesn't think Katie's scared of anybody except Robin, who Robin was running her mouth all over about Katie.
I think. I like him. He told me one time. He goes, "I never used to like you," and then kind of left it there.
Yes.
I didn't know that changed or not. Thinking of you, Seth. Let's bring Sebastian home. Okay, so it is pinned at the top. I'll pin it in the description of the video. Tomorrow, 9:30. I lost the address again, but I'll pin that as well.
And there's how you get a shirt. I don't know why it's popping up in 2 separate comments, but
Hey, Trevor.
yes, sir.
I'm looking for your number. I think I fucked up and didn't actually title it.
I can just shoot you a text and tell you it's me.
Feisty Justine wants to know, is Katie a mean alcoholic, Seth? You don't have to answer that.
My back if it could speak.
What's that?
I said my back would if it could speak. Yeah, text me because I think I have your number.
Of the video.
Shoot you a text and tell you it's me.
Feisty Justine wants to know, is Katie a mean alcoholic, Seth? You don't have to answer that.
My back if it could speak.
What's that?
I said my back would if it could speak. Yeah, text
My back would if it could speak. That doesn't make any sense to me.
because I think I have your number. But I sent everything to you in here, didn't I?
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I've got the GoFundMe. I've got the lawyer for the reward fund, the Cash App, and then
I'll need those links too, and then I'll put them in the video description. You have flyer links too?
yeah, I'll send that all to you, Josh, after, so we can put it on the
Cool.
comments.
Well, thank God Robin doesn't have a say in that. It'll probably be a court battle, but Robin won't be involved in it.
Awesome. Well, all right, guys. I'm gonna let you get. I know you got to search tomorrow. I'm praying for you, rooting for you.
I don't trust
And
none of these
I
fools. Sorry.
know that
None of them still today.
like I said, I just have this feeling, man. You're gonna be the reason that he's found.
How weird. All of these YouTubers were like ass patting him. You're going to be the reason. You're going to be the reason. You're going to be, law enforcement's going to be the reason Sebastian is found. No YouTuber, no parent, law enforcement will be the reason Sebastian is found, in my opinion.
And I've just felt that way, man. You're out there. You're looking for him. What more can you do? You know what I mean? Honestly, I mean, what more can you do?
Oh, I believe it.
9:30, the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. 9:30 tomorrow morning, organized by Seth himself. Please show up and support him. Help him search for his son if you have the time and are in the area. It's a righteous thing if you can, honestly. So,
Did you get those, Trevor?
Yes, I'll link them all in the comments, and Josh will be able to pin it up there.
yes, sir. I sure will. Seth said he was not wearing the clothes. He went in at the restaurant. At the restaurant, he was wearing jeans.
Jeans and a t-shirt.
Okay, so he did change clothes when he went home to go to bed. Okay, good enough. All right, man. Well, I
Yep.
appreciate it. I'll put all that stuff down there. And we'll talk. I'm sure we'll talk this week.
Is that a threat or a promise?
It's both. I mean, it depends. It depends what you think of me. Really, that's all that matters, I guess. Now, Trevor.
Marcy, I can have one of our friends find out.
It
It
kind
would be a
of,
threat.
you know,
What's that?
I said it really just kind of depends.
Yeah, it just depends what you think of me. Maui Girl says,
Weird.
was there evidence he was home after the restaurant? I mean, is that something you know about or could speak about?
There's a video of him taking out the trash.
Oh, there is?
Listen to him, how he answers this. Listen to how he answers this. Again, March 31st.
The only issue is that it's really dark and you can't really see anything in it.
But you
But he-
can't see him.
But he had a flashlight, and that's just a weird question. Do I
But he had a flashlight. It was really dark, but he had a flashlight. He is confirming, Sebastian, he had a flashlight. So something was obviously able to be made out at this point in time. It does change.
like corn dogs? It depends on what you're doing with the corn dog.
Just don't worry about that question. It's more aimed at me. Trust
Well,
me.
I don't know what Josh be doing with the corn dogs, but
I think what he was referring to, Debbie, is he was wearing in the proof of life. Again, it's the weirdest thing to say. In the video that they showed him when him and Katie were leaving Texas Roadhouse, he was wearing jeans, and that's what he's getting at. He went home and changed into his PJs.
Eat them, but that's it.
where were they before you ate them?
Say that again.
Where were they before you ate them?
I don't know. If you're asking me if I keysed your corn dogs, the answer is no.
The fact that you would actually say that you ate some corn dogs.
No, I didn't say. I said I don't.
The reason I pointed that out is because he seems pretty consistent that he's not saying it's not him. He's not doing all of this like overblown story of, well, it's so dark, it's pitch black, I can't tell if it's my son or not. Like, he's still kind of in that whole, he's carrying a flashlight. He didn't go into all of that. Again, the 31st of March, but in the next upcoming interviews that we'll see over the next few days, next week, you will see how that changes as the YouTubers push a little bit further and put more like, well, this is going to be more beneficial if you leave it open-ended kind of things, in my opinion.
I said I don't keister corn dogs.
You should never have those two words in the same sentence, Josh.
Well, sometimes a man's got to defend himself.
Yes. Harry.
By using the word keister and a corn dog.
Look, man, this corn dog thing has been going on for like 3 years. It's a thing. I wish it wasn't.
You guys are spot on.
What kind of corn dogs do you like, Josh?
T, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all. And Chris, Doodle Mom, I missed your guys's too. Thank you for becoming members. If you're still here, I'm really sorry. I missed them. And KNS, thank you once again for the super sticker too that you sent earlier. I appreciate all of you being here and going through these painful things.
I like them all. I like them all. Mini.
Do you like, the state fair corn dogs that come in the blue box, or do you like the ones that are yellow that are the honey dipped? Look, now he's thinking. He's like,
I like both.
You stuttered on that.
We just always end up. Who was it in the chat? Because I'm going to ban them permanently. Who said anything about the corn dog? You read the comment.
One shot you do. That's interesting because that could be possible. We might see that a little bit more. I think it's a combo. I think both things are true. I think the YouTubers wanted a salacious story and found an end to do it. And I think he wanted revenge and to get his feelings out about his ex too. I think it's both things. But I think the YouTubers saw full advantage because it's not the first case that they've done this with.
You didn't say it though, and I'm going to absolutely. Corn dogs are cool. Look,
they didn't say it either. I did.
Are there corn dog emojis? Do we have corn dog emojis? Because if there are,
eggplant for you.
Please more.
I'm good.
You guys might be right.
Who was at the restaurant with them? Do you know who was at the restaurant with them? If you could say.
The only people I saw was Sebastian and Katie are the ones that came out of the door and got in the vehicle.
Okay.
But there was allegedly other people at.
I can neither verify or deny that, but I didn't see anybody.
Okay, gotcha. And then, do you know what time the trash was taken out?
Like 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's when it was picked up. When did Sebastian take it out? The night before?
Yes.
Time feed on that I saw.
Say that again.
I did not see a time on that.
No. Shoes at restaurant. I'm sure he was wearing shoes at the restaurant, but I'll let Seth answer that.
He was, but I wasn't paying attention. I was just kind of happy that I could see that my son was alive.
Yeah, right. No, I mean that's significant. I mean, I'd want to see the same thing.
I was smiling, but I haven't seen my son, and just to see him alive and proof of life after I talked to him on Thursday was pretty good for me.
The proof of life. Spivey pointed out that's been something that's always bothered me. The first time I heard him say and refer to it as proof of life, that just gives it a whole other tone, and I can't get past it either. It's been something that's bothered me all along. I'm glad it bothers the rest of you too, because there's just something with that.
And the jab, I will ask him. There's somebody that wants to make some shirts and donate them. I will. If that's something, I'll connect you. That would be cool.
There's something there.
Hold on. Okay.
You guys might be onto something. You might be right. Seth has been involved in a lot. Y'all, he reached out to JLR. Like, you can't overlook that. Like, you cannot overlook the fact that he intentionally brought in the worst of the worst. There has been calculated movements, but what are they for? Why? How did he know to reach out to and stick to this group of people? Who was guiding him? There's questions that I can't answer. So right now, there's something with this, though. There's something here. Somebody in his ear, something.
Seth, okay, I think I got that one.
Yeah.
Let me see, and then Mike. Seth, did X have drinking problems?
I agree.
Josh, did you turn everybody into corn dog lovers?
Something's weird.
Well, I have corn dog problems, but
It's your problem too.
well, I'm so glad that you're in on the corn dog thing. That's awesome, man. I'm glad that this is great.
Hey, I'm not holding the corn dog, but I'm just wondering where it disappeared to.
Well,
It's like socks in the dryer. Where'd the corn dog go?
I filled a hole. Let's just say that. Moving on.
All right.
That's what somebody said to me one time. They handed me a hot dog. They said, plug a hole. I didn't know what that meant.
What?
Look at all those corn dog emojis. Unbelievable. Hey, Seth, did your ex have a drinking problem? That's
I
the
believe
question.
she did when I was married to her.
She did when you were married to her?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. I hate.
And we don't know if that's factual whatsoever. So please take that with a grain of salt because there's been no proof to substantiate that. I get real sick of people making those accusations because we have no proof, just his words. And I'm sorry, but I don't believe much of what he says. And that's just factual.
hate asking that question, but twist
Well,
the chat.
it's been over 30 days. There's always a chance and possibility that he's in another state. I mean, in 30 days, you could move anybody anywhere.
Yes, totally. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said,
That was so odd to me right there. Right there. That statement. You guys want me to rewind that for you? Right there. Something said that. Let me go back a second so you guys can hear what I'm hearing. Listen to this.
look at all those corn dog emojis. Unbelievable.
Listen to after the Katie drinking thing. Listen to this.
Hey, Seth, did your ex have a drinking problem? That's
I
the
believe
question.
she did when I was married to her.
She did when you were married to her?
This bothers me.
All right, well, there you go. I hate asking that question, but twist
Well,
the chat.
it's been over 30 days. There's always a chance and possibility that he's in another state.
There's always a chance and a possibility that he's in another state.
I mean, in 30 days, you could move anybody anywhere.
I mean, in 30 days, you could move anybody anywhere. He didn't say, let's let it play.
Yes, totally. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said,
There was an autistic child that, after being gone for missing for 13 days, was found 200 miles away, and he was walking.
right.
But then he goes into referencing another child that was found 200 miles away. But he says it's been 30 days. Anybody can move anybody.
Right.
I don't think he had, a bag full of corn dogs like Josh, but
Well, look. Not only would I have a bag full of corn dogs, I'd keep a microwave on the side to hook
Sorry, there's your whiskey can for the day. He's going to get his shots.
to a mini generator.
hey, they just told me I have become a lab rat.
Is that true? Yeah, well, yeah, I could see that. I could see you becoming a lab rat.
What
I think
kind
so.
of tests are you going to run on me?
What's that?
So what kind of tests are you going to run on me?
Mostly lobotomies. That's what we do mostly here.
Yeah, he's done 3 on me.
Yeah.
Involved corn dog, we're good.
Well, as I have a corn dog drill that I use, and yeah, Seth, that we'll have to send it to you. So one time I leaned into that. I reviewed a corn dog, like from a local restaurant here. Did you ever see that, Trevor? Did you see that?
Yes.
And
Why are you bringing Pornhub into here?
what are you talking about?
No corn dog.
Corn dog.
Corn dog grill.
Yeah, I did. I reviewed. You can see it on my channel. It's on this channel, unfortunately. And I mean, I went through the whole process. I rated it. It was good. It was interesting. But
Okay, we only
Ask Christina what she means.
Christina, what do you mean? I don't know.
Anderson, it's so weird.
Oh, those are when they type out the emojis is what it looks like in our chat. It just comes up with the words.
No, the Christina Keffer. Seth was there.
Oh.
Something on Thursday that didn't appear right to you. You have to remind me of what I was doing on Thursday.
This Thursday?
Last Thursday.
Oh. I don't know.
Southern Heathen 13. Yeah, I have searched a route that I would bring Sebastian to my house on.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Corn
day,
dog,
everyone.
Scoppy. All right. Well, that's the end of the show. I appreciate you being here. And yeah. Everybody go enjoy a corn dog.
Whistle while you lurk.
Yeah, Whistle's legit. Big fan of Whistle.
Something's weird. It's
Dolly said Katie's parents live right by him. Right by who?
By him, by Dolly.
Oh, great. Awesome. All right. I'm at it. Anything else? Any other corn dog references? Anything tomorrow? Meeting at
The
Rudders, and I will pin that all. And then there's the GoFundMe link.
Yeah, I'm gonna put all the links in the after chat comments so we can have it pinned.
Cool. All right, guys. I appreciate it, Seth. Good luck tomorrow, friend. Honestly, and I hope that he's found tomorrow morning or tonight or just as soon as we're done here. You know, I'm really hope that happens, man.
Kitty Cat, if you would like to show up, we'll bounce ideas. That
There you
sounded.
Everything has leave it.
I like how after he says it, and he kind of mumbles to us. So he's like, it sounds like
It sounded bad. All right.
I don't think it sounded that bad. I didn't think it sounded that bad. I don't know. Something about you loving corn dogs. All right, guys. I will catch you later and send that over. I appreciate it. Thank you, Seth, and thank you, Trevor.
No problem, Josh. You have a good night.
You too,
Right.
buddy. You too. You're in our thoughts, really. Happy Easter.
Hopefully not while you're eating a corn dog.
Now I want a corn dog, and I don't even like corn dogs
The immaturity of the concept.
that much. But I'll eat it. I'll eat one for you. All right, guys. Take care.
It's really hard for me to reconcile all of this. I'll be honest. Like, I'm struggling today to reconcile my personal thoughts and not leading you guys down a road that's like overshadowing the facts. Like, it's becoming a challenge. I will be really honest about that. And I'm struggling with it because although I'm trying not to lead you guys, it's happening because you guys are seeing the same things that are concerning, and it is what it is. Okay, one more. You guys got it in you. This one isn't super long. Seth calls in to T-Rev show, same date. We're going to finish this out, and then we will be on to March. A lot of this stuff is really triggering to me on a personal level, and it's been really hard to separate out my emotions of this, and I'm really trying. Why is this not doing? Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is the last one we're going to do for the day. I hope that you take what you get from it. This is from T-Rev 757. Again, March 31st. I don't know which show he actually called into first, but we're going to listen to it.
For every day. I did share the GoFundMe. I have it pinned up top, ladies and gentlemen.
So it first comes in chat.
And for everybody in chat, make sure that you can go and show this man any love. I don't care if it's $1, a penny. It doesn't matter. It's pinned up top, the GoFundMe for Seth Rogers. He is out here diligently working every hour that he possibly can.
So we were being told by all of these creators, he's working, he's searching, he's doing all these things, but yet there was no proof of it. There's been no proof of what they've been claiming. But they all, you notice how the consistent story from all of them, even if it's $1, the GoFundMe, the Cash App, the T-shirts.
To search for his son. And have you learned of any new possible sightings at all?
Not yesterday and today, but I got my private investigators working on it.
Mentions as private investigators again. Remember, we just heard earlier, he claimed that he had 4 private investigators by March 29th. Again, this is from March 31st. The title of this video for reference is Sebastian Rogers' battered ex-wife speaks out. Seth Rogers calls live.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out here that with Katie, have you been in contact with Katie at all as far as, because I love the way that you said it would be, great if one person's here, we'd split up, you'd figure searching and covering all these different areas, you'd be able to do that. Is that even going on with you, Katie and Chris? Are you guys meeting and or talking at least about where you're searching so you don't cross each other's paths and, search the same place twice?
No, the last time I spoke to him was Thursday after I made it back to Clarksville. He wanted me to drive back to Nashville to do a interview on TV with him, Katie, and me. And I told him I'd think about it. I just never reached back out to him.
So here you go. Seth admits that Chris reached out to him about an interview that they wanted him to be a part of, and he admits that he never responded. Now, later on in interviews, you're going to hear how Seth reached out and they didn't respond. But take into account on March 31st, he's saying that Chris reached out to him and they are trying to communicate and ask him to do this interview, and he didn't respond. That's a big thing.
Interesting. Is that because of the, and I want to ask you this, is it because of what you heard on that Smiley channel,
Thank
the
you,
interview?
Chloe.
Because it still stings, man. That's my flesh and blood.
Yes, sir.
We might have to slow it.
Yes, sir. I agree. And it must have been, and another thing that touched me from this interview, you said specifically, is that you had to find out through the internet.
Through the podcast.
Yes.
Nobody should get information like that through the podcast.
No way. I agree with you on that. And that's another part of this interview that got to me. And I know we're not even close to that part, but you specifically said in this interview that you had to find out through that damn podcast that your son had some running with him and he was hitting him with the belt, etc. And I hate to even bring that up. But I can't say I blame you for not wanting to.
You know, if they want to search, that's fine.
If they want to search, that's fine.
You know, but as for an interview with all three of us, I think that's a little too late right now.
I think that's a little too late right now. The verbiage is important on this. So in the previous interview, we heard him complain about how he wanted it, Katie and himself, the BHB interview. But if you go back to March 31st, when he is on with T-Rev, he thought it was too late for them to all do an interview together. Well, yeah, because you came out slinging shit and Nina came out slinging shit. And that was all calculated, in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I do interviews to keep my son's name out there, his picture out there.
Disagreed.
When I listen to their podcast, they don't talk about Sebastian like I do.
They don't talk about Sebastian like I do. Another problematic thing right there. We've heard how many interviews now, and how many of them have been about Sebastian? How many have you actually heard details about Sebastian? Not very many at all.
I
And
agree.
that affects me a type of way. You know?
Yes, sir.
And it definitely puts us not on the same page. You know? And I hate to say that, because I know at some point in time, TBI will hear this, law enforcement will hear this, and Chris and Katie and the Proudfoot Guy Bower Sox family will hear this. But
Very.
We're with you, Seth. I hate to say it, but we're with you. And a lot of people feel, the same feelings here
Yes.
towards this whole entire situation. I mean, I got to ask you this about this restaurant. Was there anybody else in this footage that law enforcement may have not questioned that you're suspicious about? And you don't have to touch up on that if you don't want to, but and again,
what they showed me is what I asked, which was I just needed proof of life, because I talked to my son on Thursday. I needed proof of life on Sunday.
I needed proof of life on Sunday.
And they showed me a clip of him coming out of the restaurant, getting into a vehicle. And just, I gotta see my son again.
it's okay, Seth. If you need to take a minute, we understand.
Absolutely one shot.
And we don't have to do this interview right now. I could wait till you're more mentally prepared. I don't want to, cause any more stress on you. And I know you're doing this for Sebastian.
As a parent, as a father, you are never mentally prepared to go through this. Ever.
This emotion is heavy. Did you find it odd that there was no alarm system there at all?
I don't have an alarm system on my house.
Right.
Well,
I don't have an alarm system on my house.
I live, but then again, my son wakes up to go use the bathroom, and when he wakes up, he doesn't turn on the light. But I'll sit there and scare the shit out of him most of the time. You're like, what are you doing? You know, just I asked, what are you doing? I'm going to the bathroom, Dad. Well, make sure you flush and wash your hands. You know, any type of noise in my house wakes me up.
I get it. I get it. I mean, there's questions, man. The questions about, you know, did Sebastian, did his mom, Katie, express any feelings about losing custody at all? Was that a thing that you got custody? Because I heard what you said.
He wasn't losing custody. What?
You said you were getting him this summer. Was he staying with
He
you
was
for
supposed to
just the
come-
summer?
He was supposed to come live with me for the summer, and I got him enrolled in school.
He was supposed to come live with me for the summer. For the summer. Yeah, he started that right away, Demon. Like, things just start going nosediving.
Up here where I live,
Yes, sir.
what we're doing is I'm not getting full custody. We're just switching custodials.
Okay.
So where I was getting him every weekend, now she would be getting him every other weekend, and he would be staying with me. So we're just doing a switch.
Was there combativeness to that switch at all, or was it smoothly done? Would you say on your end?
I was
Pause.
open for it. As soon as Chris brought it up to me, I was like, okay, let me get him enrolled in school.
Yeah, that's just some questions. That's
Oh.
But in the previous interviews, we heard how they discussed it previously, a year prior to this, and he said he was going to wait until he got his behavior together, basically. What?
Wanted my son to live with me. I've always wanted my son to live with me.
I've always wanted my son to live with me. However, a year previous to this, you didn't take the opportunity.
yeah. Yeah. What did you like as far as the video that you seen? I don't know if you can say or not, but what did you exactly see on the video that you seen with TVI? And you said Katie was there too. What did you see there?
Where she and Sebastian walked out of Roadhouse and got into the vehicle. And that was what they showed me.
I got you. And did he look happy at all? Or in distress? He wasn't in distress, was he?
He's always happy when he's with me. So, you know, he didn't look like his joyous self that he is with me.
Ugh.
Linda, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm probably have way stauncher feelings than a lot of you are reading into right now. I'm just trying to do this without leading anybody because I want you to feel what you feel. I want you to hear what you hear. I want you to take away from this what you guys take away from it without me leading you down a path. But my personal feelings are not good. Let me be very clear. They're not good at all. But again, just because I have red flags up the wazoo about a lot of things doesn't mean he's involved in the disappearance. And I've also had to try and regulate that too, because I can tell you some things that I've picked up on that are fucking jaw dropping, but I'm trying to just, whoo. But things really take a
he's
dive.
different out there, and I know why now. So, no, it wasn't the normal. It wasn't my normal kid.
Lisa.
You know, they may have had a good day, good weekend from their point of view. But it's like when he goes and gets in my truck when we're leaving dinner, you know, he runs to my truck. On this one, he just kind of walks.
Light up the
You
chat
know?
with them green. Yeah, light up the chat with his favorite color, guys. Light it up with them green hearts. For sure, light it up. And we need to keep this word out here about Sebastian. Again, we're talking to
It's all about him. When he comes to my truck, he runs.
Seth Rogers here on the line, and I appreciate him even reaching out in a time like this, especially with Easter. The first thing I did today, Seth, you want to hear what I did? I woke up out of bed. The first thing I Googled was Sebastian Rogers, hoping to see that he was found. This was at around 6 o'clock my time. Seen nothing was updated, came straight in here, went online. We're in this fight with you. We're in this fight with you. And I'm going to cover this until he's found. I don't care what that time is.
Until he's found.
So you always have a platform here.
My life is not complete until I find my son.
And I heard you say that on Pascal's last night, and I just looking at you, I connected with you emotionally on what you were saying. And the fact that you were smiling, I seen people saying in my chat, why is he smiling? He just seen his boy alive on video. That gave him hope for everything that he's been doing this last 30 plus days, that he has hope to find his boy. And that's why he was smiling the way he was.
He's alive. He's alive. And I mean, it's not a current video, but it's like I smile or I cry whenever I watch any of the videos I have of him.
He said his words, he's alive. He's alive. Now that video was from before he went missing. So why would he be saying he's alive?
I've got videos of him when he was 6 years old opening Christmas gifts or birthday gifts, and it's just like.
And everything goes back to when he was a young child, 6 years old.
I've had so many news medias want to share more pictures, share more videos. I can't. If I never find my son, these are all I have left of him. These are mine. I understand people want to see them. Like, they're mine, and I don't want to share them.
Seth, we get it to me, man. I feel that pain, man. I feel that pain. And I hate to ask you this type of question, but I'm only asking it because I want answers. And I hate to friggin' ask this, but when you went to search with Chris, did you notice anything on his arms? Any marking, allegedly?
I didn't because I wasn't looking.
I didn't because I wasn't looking. But meanwhile, in one of the previous interviews that we watched, he said that he was watching and observing their body language and their behavior when he was at the house. But now he's stating that he didn't notice. He wasn't watching. But we have heard him state out of his own mouth that he was sitting back watching while they were at the house and law enforcement was there. You can go watch one of the previous videos and hear it yourself. That was his own statements. The stories consistently start to differ now.
I wasn't looking at him. I had my flashlight out, dude.
Yes, sir.
Out the window, looking to see if there was locks on sheds or, in between houses while we drove. I wasn't paying attention to him.
Yeah, I understand that for sure.
I still don't pay attention to him. I'm still out here looking for my son.
Absolutely.
I still don't pay attention to him, including return his calls.
Absolutely. Did he have his glasses? And what was his sight range without them? Nearsighted or farsighted? I mean, I think that's important here, especially if he got out on foot.
Yeah, he's got vision like his daddy. I wear glasses or else I can't see anything.
That was not the question.
I
have nearsighted. I can only see near. I need my glasses to see far.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
If people want to help, I appreciate the Cash App, the GoFundMe, and all that sort of stuff.
I appreciate the Cash App, the GoFundMe, and all that sort of stuff.
But if you could just search, no money in the world means anything to me.
No money in the world means anything to me.
As much as finding my son.
I got that GoFundMe posted, but you heard what he just said. Searching means a lot more. Searching it. So, and if you're in that area, let me know if this is right. Seth, the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37 or 37075. That's the address.
Yep, we'll be meeting there Monday.
Monday, that address starts as the headquarters.
That's where we're all meeting in the parking lot. The Rudder said that we could meet there.
Yes, sir. And
I have nobody searching tomorrow. I need people to actually enjoy the family that you have. You never know when it's going to be taken away. You're never going to know if you're going to wake up the next day and not ever get to see him again.
No.
And that's what Easter is about.
Oh, poor T-Rev and his fifis. He's so in his fifis. He had to make a song about being the voice for the voiceless and use the search efforts that were the B-roll footage of the search for Sebastian for his music video. Yeah, you give such a fuck, T-Rev. Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Fucking gross.
It's about giving thanks
I just shared that.
and enjoying the family.
He didn't even answer the question about us.
That's what it. You're right. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Army, have you seen proof of that yet? I've been asking and searching for that. I have yet to find proof that he has asked anybody for money. But if you've seen that, can you point me in the direction? Because I've heard that run wild all over, but there's nobody that's been able to show proof that he's ever asked anybody to pay him for an interview. But if you know, please let me know. I would love to be able to verify that myself.
Do you know if they are cooperating with law enforcement still when it comes to your son?
One shot, I'm telling you, I'm struggling with this shit because I'm trying to take a step back and like look at it outside of my own personal, and it's not working, especially when we get to this.
From my understanding, they are.
So they haven't lawyered up or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
Yes, sir.
But again, everybody is innocent until proven guilty.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Veruca.
Who was eating at the restaurant the night of his disappearance?
Well, on the video, it just shows
One shot.
Katie and Sebastian. They're the ones that came out of the door. You know, it wasn't like they were showing me this for investigative purposes. They showed me this because I requested it in the first week of this.
So this was something that you've been requesting and wanting to see for the longest time now. It felt like a long time because 1 day is a long time right now. Did CPS discuss with you everything relating to Chris's alleged reprimanding of children and his issue with his ex-wife Nina? I mean, I've been seeing this stuff coming out.
No. And it's like CPS met with us when Sebastian went missing, and they never brought this up. And from my understanding,
CPS met with them when Sebastian went missing. People forget about that. CPS met with them. Seth was there when Sebastian went missing. Another big key right here that people need to listen to.
because it's sealed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose.
No, you're fine. Take your time. You take your time, Seth. You take your time, man. That's just quite. There's a lot of questions here that I have that are just on my heart. Like, has police confirmed if there's CCTV of Chris in Memphis at the same time his phone was there to you, or is that just investigative? And also, what are your thoughts as a trained law enforcement?
He's not trained law enforcement. That's misleading. And they intentionally did that and have all along about his job title, which irritates the piss out of me.
No scent, what the no scent, right? Leaving the house, except a small hit from law enforcement dogs, which they lost. I mean, I'm confused as someone who's looking at this and seeing all these different things, but there's no suspect, or you know what I mean? Like this is a long time for your boy to be gone, and it
Army Vet, it is nonsense on the web at gmail.com. I really appreciate it. I've been trying to source that myself because people have been running wild with it. I've been seeing it in titles of videos and people have been talking about, and I just have not found proof that he's asked anybody for money.
it just worries me.
I'm not saying
It worries me.
happened,
It
but
worries me every day. But I have to have faith in the system. I work in this system,
Yes, sir.
so I'm trying to have faith in this system.
Absolutely. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that scent being called.
that's their audio, not mine.
Nothing. I mean, when you hear something like that, that's hope for you. And then that just goes away. I was wondering what the heck that was. How did they lose that scent? Has it been confirmed exactly? Because I heard you touch up on it in the past.
I mean, I was told one thing I was told by a person with the dog that they hit on a scent. But then later on I was told that it wasn't what they thought it was. So
Interesting.
they're telling me it's information that was false, and I have to go with what they're telling me.
Absolutely. Yeah. You can't say there's not much you can put to that. I'm wondering why they searched that landfill. Like Nancy Grace said, I wonder what the affidavit says about the landfill. Have you got a clear answer on that from law enforcement at all?
No, it's still an active investigation.
Yeah. Close to the vest.
So I'm not going to get any information for this stuff. The only way I'll get any of this information is we find Sebastian. That's it.
That's not true. I'm sure TBI and law enforcement would have been more communicative with him if he would have done and built the trust like they were trying to do and establish in the beginning of this. But instead, he came to YouTube and got himself aligned with the worst of the worst, intentional or not. On whose part, we don't really know. But we're gonna watch all this shit and figure it out.
I think people are going, that's a little bit wild. Seth Sebastian been put in protective custody. Seth would know about that. He would have been contacted. I feel like.
If he was in protective custody?
Absolutely.
I would think so.
I would think so. Oh, come on.
Does Sebastian have any allergies or foods or allergies to foods or any medications at all that people should know about if he's out there?
This is where I start to lose it.
I don't think he has any allergies to food. I know he is allergic to grass.
I don't think he has allergies to food.
That's about all I can think of for his allergies.
So for grass, I got
I
you.
mean, when he was growing up, boy wouldn't eat meat. He didn't like meat at all. No chicken, no steak. His favorite sandwich is peanut butter and jelly, still is. You know, his favorite pizza is just straight up cheese pizza.
When did it become bacon he loves so much?
Was Seth on cam at work when he went missing? You mean Chris or Seth? Somebody said, was Seth at work or on cam at work when he went missing?
Yeah, I was on 6 of them because I was actually in jail working.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here's another
Not
one.
to mention, besides that, I have 65 inmates that can tell you where I was at too.
That's a hard job for you to deal with. What that is. What do you know? Did they show you the timestamp on that video?
Which video?
The video from your son at the restaurant. Did they show you the timestamp exactly, like the time?
I didn't see a timestamp.
Interesting. Did they even tell you what time? Did they say, "Hey, Seth, he was found we seen him here at this time"?
1 second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Wait, what was that we heard? Did you guys just hear that in the background? Or am I losing it? Did you guys hear that? Let me go back a second here because I don't know what I just heard, but something. Oh, Kiki wants in. Listen to this again. Let me slow it down. Oh, it is at normal speed. Okay.
Seth. Somebody said, was Seth on at work or on cam at work when he went missing?
Yeah, I was on 6 of them because I was actually in jail working.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here's another
Not
one.
to mention, besides that, I have 65 inmates that can tell you where I was at too.
That must that's a hard job for you to deal with. What that is. What do you know? Did they show you the timestamp on that video?
Which video?
The video from your son at the restaurant. Did they show you the timestamp exactly, like the time?
I didn't see a timestamp.
Interesting.
I did.
Interesting. Did they even tell you what time? Did they say, "Hey, Seth, he was found we seen him here at this time"?
Right here.
There.
Get the hell away from me. 352:33. 352:33.
There.
Get the hell away from me. 352:53. 352:33. Sorry. Kiki, you're not helping me at all. Can you? Kiki. He's like, Mom, can we? He's sitting on my mouse. Okay, here we go again.
There.
It's wild.
My Bluetooth died.
And he says my Bluetooth died. What are we picking up? I guess we don't know whose side that's on either.
There.
Get the hell away from me. 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 33 seconds into this. It could be the TV. It could be on either side. Let's play it one more time. Just something of interest. That's the first time I've heard that.
There.
It's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine.
My Bluetooth died. Yeah, his mom
You're
was
absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, "Hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant,"
he's 8 weeks.
or it showed the timestamp on the video, because I feel like that part would be important too.
You know, it probably would have been, but I was
Happy to see him.
just happy to see my son.
Mm-mm-mm.
And I kicked myself in the ass now.
One shot. That's true too. Is there a game, like a video game, that makes comments like that you guys know of the ones that he's mentioned? I'm marking that just because it did sound like a grown person. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is that we're hearing. I'm really not. We'll do it one more time. Okay, listen to what's said.
There.
It's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, "Hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant," or it showed the timestamp on the video, because I feel like that part would be important.
There.
You want me to play it again and slow it down? Let's do it again. Hold on.
There.
Get the hell away from me. But is that a male or a female voice? I can't necessarily tell. Let's go slower.
There.
Get the hell away from me. That's what's said, but I can't tell male or female voice. You think that's an open walkie-talkie on the other side? Interesting. Let's see if we can hear any more.
It's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine.
My Bluetooth died.
You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, "Hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant," or it showed the timestamp on the video, because I feel like that part would be important too.
You know, it probably would have been, but I was
Happy to see him.
just happy to see my son.
Mm-mm-mm.
And I kick myself in the ass now every day because there's other things that I want to look at it again. I want to watch it again.
And that's the only thing you can think about. I do have to ask you this one. Can you share with us some memories or moments that stand out to you about your son? Because I feel hard to get that when I'm listening to the other side. It's like I'm hearing these bad things, and he lies, and he's this, and he's that. Since I have you, and you have so much great
Where did they concoct that stuff? Like, where did they come up with this shit?
to say, and I love the way that you put these things. Again, I just want you to share maybe some memories or moments that stand out to you about him.
Just because he lied one time and that's what the source of the pop of the butt with the belt was, doesn't mean he's a liar. Asshole.
Where do I start? When he was an infant, child would sleep 4 hours a day. That was about it. He was normally awake for 18 to 20 hours a day. Always going. Started crawling everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And he would just laugh. I was an infant. He would just laugh. I mean, he would just sit there and have laughing fits for like 15, 20 minutes. It was great. I'll always love his laugh. Sit there and the time.
Oh, I don't think it's Sebastian. It could have been somebody on T-Rev 757 side too. It could be anything that we're hearing. I just can't tell what the voice is, but they're saying, get the hell away from me. I think at this point in time, T-Rev 757 was still living with the girl and having issues. Who knew? Who knows?
I was like, he would sit there, he'd be crawling across the floor, and it's just like he would literally just pass out where he's at.
He did say that.
Like, he's finally so tired that he just goes to sleep. And then sit there and make him a little pallet on the floor, put him on there so he's all nice and comfortable. And then I lay down next to him and I try to get some sleep. I remember a time that he was young.
All of his memories, this is something that's always bothered me, go back to when they were in California.
Changing a diaper. Katie was very, and I walked into the room and he literally shot shit out of his ass. He tried to hit me with it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. No.
I mean, these are memories that I remember clear from 14 so years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time that I woke up and I heard him in his crib. And I'm like, okay, he's awake. Let's go ahead and make him a bottle and get it ready. And I walked into the living room and smelled at me. And I was like, oh no, this ain't good.
That's typical kids.
Start walking down the hallway to get to his room. And I swing into the bathroom and turn on the shower. Because I know that he had dug into his diaper and started painting the wall.
What?
It was messy.
Why?
And I appreciate you sharing those moments with us and those things.
I appreciate you sharing those moments with us. Really? Did you just hear what he said? And you're complaining about people
are important to me. Those cherishing little moments. I feel like those questions. I haven't heard it.
You're good.
I haven't heard it. Now, I do want to ask you this, and I know I can already tell, but I just want to shoot it. How has your son's disappearance impacted you and your family emotionally and psychologically, sir? I want people to understand this.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
My life has been on hold. You know, I try to tell people there's really no going to sleep.
My life has been on hold.
If I sleep, I have nightmares. I wake up thinking I hear Sebastian in my house. I've woken up in my sleep and Sebastian is standing next to my bed. And, you know, he's wearing a white t-shirt and his jammy pants. And it's like, it's not even him at the age of 15. It's him at the age of like 9 or 8. And he's just like, Dad, I'm hungry.
Once again, going back in time to when he was 8 or 9,
Can we have breakfast? And I'm like,
when him and Katie were still together.
I wake up and he's not here. And it's like, and I look over and I've only been asleep for like 20 minutes. And it's like, well, fuck it. Get up, wash my face, put on clothes, and decide where I'm going to go search today.
I appreciate you sharing that, because I think it's important that that people can understand what you're going through with just waking up every day and having
Did you even pay attention to what the fuck he's talking about?
to toughen up to go to these places and actually search for your son and what it can do to you emotionally and psychologically. I appreciate you touching up on that. Now, I do want to ask you this. Can you describe the events leading up to your son's disappearance and how you first realized he was missing? Did you get a phone call? When did it happen? When did the
Oh my God, are you fucking joking? How many times by this time has this man answered this question?
shot come to you? When, you know, I'm just curious about that and when how you first heard it.
I don't know when the shot came, to be honest. There's not a defining point. You know, I got off of work at 7 o'clock,
Yes, sir.
left, went to my truck. You know, to me, it was just a normal day. So I'm talking to my coworkers. And I'm like, you know, Monday morning, we're off for the next 2 days. You know, so it was like, you know, it was just normal conversation with people. Normal day. You know, go home, get some sleep, you know, try to rest up, see everybody on Wednesday. And I went and got in my truck. And I grabbed my phone. And I see I have a missed phone call and a text message. No voicemail. So I turned around and text message 911. So I call. And that's what I find out from Chris.
So
My son's missing.
so you first found out from Chris.
Yeah.
We've known that.
That's a shitty way to find out. Then you find out all this other stuff on the internet and
It's a shitty way to find out. Are you joking?
the wrong way. Now, people know this, but in general, there is new people that haven't heard of this case whatsoever. So I do like to ask stuff like this because some people don't understand, you know,
One shot. Can you tell?
what is going on right now. They may be new to this case or listening, just tuned in today. What steps have you taken so far to try to find your son? And what has been the response from the community? And I already know, obviously, I know that answer because I've been watching. And I've been seeing and spreading the word about this case ever since right after the Madeline Soto case. But what steps, again, have you taken so far to try to find your son? And what has been the response from the community?
Today we had people actually come in all the way from Ohio. I want to thank those people for coming in all the way from Ohio. I mean, that's a pretty pretty long trek to come in just to help for a day. You know, they didn't have to. I appreciate it. We gave them a whole bunch of flyers and asked them to spread them on the way. You know,
That's so awesome of people, man.
there is still good in this world.
There is.
The difference is that there's still a lot of evil
There is
and
that.
there's a lot of indifference. There are people who do not care.
Agreed. 100%.
Which means the people that were wanting to do good,
No, are you serious? This whiskey's the girl, gender is official.
we have to do better. Because that's what we're fighting in this world.
Another female cat. Oh,
We are fighting evil every single day. Now, this may be hard question. It may be easy for you, but I know it's going to be hard, obviously. How have you been coping with the uncertainty and not knowing what happened to Sebastian? Like, I don't even understand how you could be coping right now or even holding the phone. Better yet, speaking.
I'm his voice.
yeah. I need to remind you guys, this is March 31st. This is a month and some days after what the fuck are they doing?
For me to give up or for me to quit is to give up on faith. Faith that my son is out there somewhere. I taught my son how to be a survivor, and I'm hoping right now that he's doing it.
Maybe we should change his name to Brandy Tequila.
But I can't give up. I have to find him.
Absolutely. I don't know if you want to share. Do you have a personal theory about what you think happened?
I don't. I don't, because there's no evidence that I've been given. And like I said, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And I need definite proof to blame somebody for something.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
Take note of that. March 31st. He says he needs definite proof to be able to blame somebody. Okay.
You got to have something. You can't. That's what I was telling people earlier. You know, I seen people saying lock this person up or lock that person up, and you got to have evidence and probable cause for that. You can't just go and put somebody in cuffs because they've spanked someone or did something bad. They have to have probable cause and proof of that to go and, you know, arrest someone. But I get what people are saying. I understand where everyone is coming from here. But I got to ask you this question, and this question also to follow up with what I just asked you. How has the support from friends, family been? Has it helped you navigate through this ordeal?
Something again in the background right there. 404. Let me see if I can get it.
To ask you, how has the support from friends, family been? Has it helped you navigate through this ordeal?
Closely. There's something there in that one too.
My friends and my family have come together a lot. They're calling me every day. They're there when I call them. They give me ideas. They help me sit there.
That's what I'm wondering. Is he playing a video game at the same time he's doing this? That could very easily be the case.
Figure out where we can go to search.
That's great. I'm glad that because I've seen it too. I've seen a bunch of your friends and people pulling up and helping you at these different spots that you are searching, and I think it's awesome. The community, the support, the people that are flying in or driving in. I think this is how we need to continue to be, to not only reach out and help whoever we are. It doesn't even matter where you're at. You could be in California right now. Sharing this story out here helps Seth, Sebastian, and the rest of the family in any way that you could possibly think. So everything counts. If you're close, help search. If you are close or you can make it there somehow, help search. It's the Rudder, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 370-7.
Yeah, we're definitely picking up somebody's audio in the background. I'm not sure if it's T-Rev 757 or Seth, but there's something in the background here. That's probably what we're hearing. I don't know what he's playing, whose sound it's coming from, but there's definitely stuff in the background of this.
5. You can go there starting Monday. Chris, Seth, what time is it on Monday?
9:30.
9:30 on Monday. You can go and help search at, again, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 370-75.
It's right there. Yeah.
That place. Hold on. Can you share any messages or appeals to the public regarding your son's disappearance?
I need people to keep their heads up, their eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
On your way to work, on your way to get coffee in the morning, fill up your gas tank. Just keep your heads up and your eyes open.
I got you. Now, again, I'm going to ask this too, because there's new people arriving in this chat right now. How can people best support you and your family during this time, both emotionally and in the search for your son?
I ask people to hand out flyers. Hand out flyers.
There it is again.
Okay. Hand out flyers. You heard the man. Hand out flyers, share, spread the word, wherever. Hand out flyers. Has there been any promising leads at all or developments in the search for your son that you can share with us?
No. They're not sharing anything with me. They won't. I'm not part of the investigation. So, the only thing they've asked me to do is keep sharing flyers.
Gotcha.
Whoever just messaged me about somebody blocked, I got you. I got you unblocked. Sorry about that.
Memphis, that was a good question. Let's see but we asked that one. What are your thoughts as a trained law enforcement? Somebody asked in chat. What is your thoughts on this case as trained law enforcement?
As trained law enforcement.
Doorbells came.
Is the crowd puts in here?
Say again, sir?
Well, no, I'm going through chat and somebody said the crowd puts are in here.
Yeah, if you want
Which one?
if you want to respond to any questions out of the chat, feel free to respond to any questions out of the chat as they can hear you loud and clear. If Seth
Is he listening to somebody else's live, potentially?
wants to see the video again at the restaurant, what would he look for?
Questions out of the chat, I think is what I just heard.
Has he called the FBI to help? But that's a great question, Betty Boop. Have you tried to get a hold of the FBI?
I've been in touch with them on multiple occasions.
That's awesome. Are they willing to help at all?
They're not willing to let me know anything.
Damn. This is crazy.
It's an active investigation. That's just proceed.
I'm wondering if Michaela was there listening to Seth on her device on T-Revs. That's what I'm wondering. That's where my brain goes, because this would obviously been late at night. So is this the midnight friend that was there? Could be like somebody listening at the same time. That's where my brain goes, but could be wrong.
Procedure, man.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
It's
But at the
frustrating.
same point in time, they're not going to tell me anything.
Oh, it could be.
They don't know what I would do with that information.
Yeah, Angel. Yes. Yeah. That's what we can figure out.
Has there been any, I think this question has been asked a lot, but is there actual footage or has it been officially confirmed that Sebastian was seen taking out the trash Sunday night?
They showed me a video. Can't really see that it's Sebastian, but
Can't really see that it's Sebastian. Meanwhile, in the previous, he said that he had a flashlight,
it has the same quirks.
but it kind of has the same quirks.
Does it upset you, Seth, when people speak allergically? I don't know what that means.
There's gonna be tons of trolls and stuff. You'll have trolls. There's real people. You hear an echo that may be coming through Seth's side. Said I hear an echo.
Yeah, probably because I'm watching the podcast
Yes, sir.
while I'm talking to you on another phone.
We are right. Look at us, sleuthy sleuths over here. We figured it out. Yep. He admits that this is what it is. Look at that.
Mhm.
We're smarter than we think.
It's
And I haven't listened to this in a long time. I couldn't remember this. I don't even know if I heard this part of
it's
it.
okay. I'm not tripping about it. Again, this too, right here,
Come on.
to add to the reward for Sebastian Rogers, for everybody who is just coming in. Checks must be mailed or dropped off to. It says reward for Sebastian Rogers.
I'm betting it wasn't his device. I bet somebody was there with him. Again, this would have been during the time that Michaela would have been around.
James Brian Lewis, 1300 Division Street, Suite 307, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. All donations will be held in an escrow account. If you want to add to this reward whatsoever, do you know what it's at now? Has anybody added to it since last night, since I watched your interview on Pascal's show?
I have no idea. The last time I knew it was at 3,500. I've been promoting this on Facebook. And then, of course, we got those haters out there that want to say that, tell people not to donate to a reward to find my son. And it's like, how can you sit there and say that? I called and spoke to this attorney myself. And he told me that he puts everything into an escrow. He gives everybody receipts. And God forbid that we don't find Sebastian in a particular amount of time has passed, he returns everybody their money. It's not a scam.
Well,
But there are people out there that don't want me to find my son. I got news for them.
it won't
I
work.
ain't stopping.
It won't work.
And if you really don't want me to find my son, don't be a coward. Come talk to me face to face and tell me why you don't want me to find my son.
What? Don't be a coward.
I like that you said that, because you're gonna get people. I'm gonna just point this out to you right now. There's gonna be people that call you all different types of names and different things. If you guys want to support Seth, here's another way. I got it pinned up top to GoFundMe. This is his Cash App on the screen right now. You can support. There's plenty of ways to support Seth on his search and journey to find his son Sebastian. This again is his Cash App, shared from him himself. No one else. I will hold it across the screen, make it full screen. The GoFundMe is pinned in the top of the chat for his. And again, it's his sister made this GoFundMe. I've read it already. I seen it last night when it was shared on Pascal's show. It is for him. He's out here searching for his son. And also the threats. I do want to touch up on this too. The threats. Did you get threatened to be sued or anything like that for having your, or not having your sister, because she made it obviously to help you? And did you get threatened to be sued by Chris or a lawyer?
Chris threatened to get an attorney if I didn't, and I quote, curb your sister or I will step on her toes.
Wow.
You know, to each their own. We all have our own opinion.
Seth,
My
you're
sister did
searching.
that because she already knew. She already knew that I wasn't going to go back to work, that I was going to try to find my son.
That's the part that
My
bothered
sister
me.
knows me.
She already knew I wasn't going to go back to work. I was going to find my son. How did she know it was going to take this long to find your son?
Oh, we've had people show up at, when we were at in the parking lot by the bowling alley. We had some people show up and tell people not to donate to the refund to the reward for finding my son.
Mm-hmm.
We've had people on Facebook, don't donate to this. They're all a scam. That's fine.
That's
Who you working for better be paying your bills.
shame on them.
I believe in karma. What goes around comes around. I'm Old Testament. That's what a lot of people don't. I'm Roman Catholic.
I'm Old Testament. I'm Roman Catholic.
I'm Old Testament believer.
That's crazy, man.
You know,
Yes, sir. Absolutely. God has found me. I'll tell you that much. He changed my life. He changed my life in many ways. And then and here I am here today with you. And I hope that something comes about everything that everyone is contributing to out here, whether it be doing live streams, out there searching with Seth, even if it's somewhere else and you're out there searching or putting up flyers like Seth was talking about. It all helps. And again, I mean, I can't even wrap my mind around why somebody would say or try to control whether you're searching, because that's what it is for me. When I hear you say that, when I hear you tell me that he said that he would get a lawyer, like, because
Y'all, can I tell you how proud I am of this little shit? She's back with her baby. She took him to get her
first shots.
her
Her
first shots. She paid $4 on her own too for her baby. She did the kitten plan, and well, whoops, I did the wrong one. She did the kitten plan, and she takes them her in every 3 weeks.
And he gets more and more, or she gets more and more.
She gets her next shots, and then she'll get fixed.
Her nails trimmed.
She got her nails trimmed. Look at Kenzie being a good mom over here. Okay, back to this.
because what? You're out there searching, Seth. How are you supposed to pay your bills if you're searching? You're going to lose your job, right? You'd lose your damn job, get fired. I mean, people are going to help, and there's nothing that nobody can do about it.
Yeah, Rainbow Mom. Yeah.
We're here to help, buddy.
I hear you. I want to answer this one for one person in chat.
Yes, sir.
Where is it? It just spit up. No, I can't see it. Joe Bickers. The attorney needs to make it so we can add to the reward money through a cash app or something. Most don't do checks anymore. Well, it doesn't say, please. I tell you what, Monday I'll reach out to the attorney and I'll see what he can do. But the most of the reason that he wants checks and stuff like that is because he wants to give people receipts.
I get that too.
And short one cake, I want flyers of my son from coast to coast. I want people to be able to throw an airplane across the puddle to the UK, to Australia.
But the person that has 22 billboards up to find your missing child, who's also the missing child of Katie and Chris, you sent a cease and desist. 22 billboards with your son's face, Sebastian's face, and you sent her a cease and desist. Make that make sense.
Australia. I want everybody in the world to find my son. Find him for me.
I want everybody in the world to find my son. Timestamp this, date this. March 31st, 4 hours, 16 minutes, and 33 seconds. He is pleading for everybody in the world to find his son. But then people start doing that, and he sends them cease and desist.
Yeah. Why did Chris ask him? What do you mean? What did Chris ask who? Chris asked. What do you mean, Janet? I'm a little lost on that question. Why did Chris ask? Ask him. Maybe it was during a certain. Seth, what can we do as the Rev Gang family? I appreciate you, Cindy. She says, what can we do as the Rev Gang family to help you?
Spread his name, spread his picture. I mean, the more people that see him, the less it is that he can hide. You know, the less that if somebody has him, the less that they can hide him from the light. I need my son in the light so that we can get him back to me.
Hide him from the light. I need him in the light.
so that my life won't be so dark anymore. Because my life has been pretty damn dark now. Took the light away from me. I will search until I find it.
Drop them greens, them green hearts in chat. Light the chat up with them green hearts. Sebastian Strong hashtag. There's a lot. There's a lot here. I appreciate you, Seth, for even coming on tonight, especially going into, you already know, Easter Sunday. And I just can't imagine. I just can't
I'm
imagine.
praying for an Easter miracle. Let him be found today.
Praying for an Easter miracle.
I just want to say a prayer real quick while I have you on the line, okay? Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with heavy hearts, lifting up young Sebastian Rogers' family and himself to your loving care. The uncertainty, in the midst of the uncertainty and fear, we turn to you, the source of comfort and strength. Lord, Sebastian has been missing from his home in Tennessee for too long, and our hearts ache with worry for his safety and well-being. Again, we pray for your divine intervention, guiding those involved in the search efforts with wisdom and perseverance. Surround Sebastian with your protective embrace, shielding him from harm and leading him back to the loving arms of his family. Grant solace to Sebastian's loved ones as they endure this agonizing weight. Comfort them in their moments of despair, reminding them of your unfailing love and presence in their lives. May they find strength and support of their community in the assurance of your promises. Lord, we pray for a breakthrough in the search for Sebastian Rogers, that the darkness and uncertainty may be lifted and the light of hope may shine brightly once more. Help us to trust in your timing and your plan, even when answers seem elusive. We ask you for your peace to reign in the hearts of all who are affected by Sebastian's disappearance.
Amen.
Sustaining them through this trial and renewing their hope for his safe return. In your mercy, hear our prayers. May your guiding hand be upon Sebastian Rogers, leading him home to the arms of those who love him dearly. In the name of our Son, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah. That's fucking over.
I had to get that off. I had to get that off with you on the line. I appreciate you.
I had to get that off. I had to get that off. It was just sending me into. Oh, never mind. Let me not offend every Christian. Eh?
Seth, is there anything else that you want anybody to know? And this, you're open anytime to come on. You have any information or just want to speak? Maybe there's something people need to know. I don't care what it is. Reach out to me and I'll be there.
I just texted you a link for the flyer from TBI.
Okay, 1 second. I'm looking right now. Okay.
People
Why would you need to text him a link? It's not that hard to go to the TBI website.
want to hand out flyers. There's that. People want to wear shirts. That was the bonfire one. Like the shirt that
March 31st, Seth, his own words, the bonfire link, the shirt that Tony says he didn't approve. Well, there you go. There you have it, friends. 4 hours, 20 minutes, 46 seconds. Seth approved the bonfire link. He's promoting it himself right there.
that I'm wearing.
I dropped the link in chat too to the actual link to print that out, so people can print those out.
Go get your fucking AM FM radio and we can conjure in the spirits now, please, dude.
Man,
I feel like I'm playing with demons.
respectfully to Seth, think that the custody case regarding Faith could have had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. I don't know if Seth has seen that full interview with Nina or not.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Serious?
They wouldn't be able to call a minor without getting permission from both mother and father for that.
That's a fact.
I haven't seen anything. So, but then again, I didn't know about CPS. So, And I haven't watched that, interview yet.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, it was actually emotional checking and watching it. I watched it last night when it first came out, and I
Bullshit.
was like, wow. Allegedly he backhanded the daughter in the mouth, busted her lip. There's a lot of wild stuff in there, Seth. I don't even know maybe you'll watch it on your own time, but there was a lot of disturbing things in there. It was draining to watch.
Imagine that. She claims a man did all of that and she still stayed with them. Okay, go figure.
I'll tell you that, to say the least.
And that's no shade to anybody in a tough spot that has had to stay with abusive people. I get it. There's circumstances, but the timing of all of her shit and the stories are suspect as fuck because, again, she claims some of that happened in a police department. I'm sorry.
It was. Was Chris's vehicle information reviewed from restaurant until he got back from work? That's a good question. But he wouldn't know that, I don't think. If he had a fit on a very restraint, man, there's a lot of those.
Oh, I pray that they hurry up.
We also have flyers for locals. They can be picked up the rudder at the same time that people are there from 9:30 to 6 p.m. daily.
That's probably the 10,000 flyers that the United Cajun Navy left when they left town.
So they can pick them up at, what is the actual address for that where they can pick them up?
That's the 126 River Road, Hendersonville.
The rudder, yeah. So again, the rudder, you can pick those up at 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. That's the exact address that I took note from on the Pascal show last night. And again, I want to ask you this question before you end up going to bed and taking off here. About these people following you around. Man, that strikes me as odd. Why would people follow someone around while they're searching for their missing son? Shouldn't they be following or going to look up leads instead of following you around to find out where you're going to search at? That's just a big red flag to me.
It is a big red flag. I hope they don't try to impede me or threaten me.
I hope they don't try to impede me or threaten me.
I just don't want to see you get triggered by these people.
Why would anybody do that if you were out there searching for your son?
And you end up getting in some type of trouble because you react a certain way.
Oh.
So I feel like we got to get you.
Welcome to Tennessee.
But you had these concerns about his well-being and his safety, but yet you had a conversation with the man who is not handling all of this well about a potential weapon that he wanted you to buy for him. Shut the fuck up, T-Rev. Shut the whole fuck up, you little clown ass motherfucker.
You're welcome to Tennessee. I just want to see you get out of this. I want to see you come out this with your son in your arms and you.
And I'm going to.
That's what I want to see.
Nothing's going to stand in my way. I'm law enforcement. I'm not going to do anything that's going to put me in orange.
Yes, sir.
I'm law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Here
the
I
righteous
go.
shall not fear the wicked.
That just gave me chills. That gave me chills.
Dude, you probably got a fucking glimpse of your pasty ass in the fucking mirror that gave you chills. I would fucking... Ugh.
Coming through the speaker, well, that gave me goosebumps all the way up my body.
I hope it gave whoever happens to have my son, if someone has him, I hope it gave them chills.
I hope it gave whoever has my son chills.
Seth, is it true?
God brought his only son back to life. And my golly, this dad's going to bring his son back home.
Seth, I got to ask you this. Is it true that CP, which you know who that is, called you a few months ago and said his marriage is failing and asked you to take Sebastian? Is that true, or is that a false narrative that's being put out there by people? Because that is allegedly making its rounds on these YouTube streets.
Sebastian was going to come live with me because people need to take care of themselves.
I got you.
Oh, look at the little skank in the comments section right there. Allegedly with BJ. Oh, is she the one asking about the rumors about their marriage failing? Imagine that. Not little Miss Innocent Brittany.
I'm
And
following.
who's going to take care of the child? The father.
Mm-mm-mm. They found him.
Zero confirmation about the truth of that. He should have just been truthful about it. And in other words, no. Yeah, clip that shit. Clip that shit. I'm so sick of her ass too. No, he could have answered that straight up. No, that's not why. No, but nope.
Who has the, have they found who has the snake, and have they been questioned? Could he be hidden there? Why did Chris give his pet away? Interesting question, Mary.
From my understanding, Chris got rid of all the snakes because Chris is on the road all the time working. And he wasn't going to be there to take care of them. I mean, I saw all the snakes. I was over there.
One shot, are you here? If you're here, you're supposed to reel me back in. Okay, that's your job now. Becky, keep it on track.
Snakes were beautiful. They really were. Sebastian loved his snake.
Thank you
There's
guys.
tons of these questions coming through, man. People got so many different questions, and I hate to just land them all on you like this. I feel like I'm just hitting you with blow after blow, and
I'm hitting you with blow after blow. Dude, you haven't even asked anything fucking of significance yet. You've asked the questions that everybody knew by this time already, and you've asked some speculation bullshit. One shot says, I gave up babysitting your ass. I'm over here getting plowed. You're good. One shot. I'm just giving you shit.
you know, but again, like you said, you're doing this for your baby boy, and I commend you for that, because some people can't handle that. But you know what? You're showing strength and resilience in everything that you've been doing. You're actually inspiring.
What? Where the fuck is the TED Talk coming from, T-Rev? Fuck. Oh,
Not only just to me, but thousands of people. So I appreciate you, you know.
T-Rev, do you stand in the mirror every morning and say, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, the fucking internet does not like me besides some little 24-year-old twits that think I'm something cool because they think I'm a rapper? Is that what you say to yourself every morning? And then you're like, watch this. I'm the voice for the voiceless. Let me go grift off of somebody else's tragedy today. Oh, this guy.
With all this stuff that's going on, you are giving people inspiration and hope, and I'm included on that list of somebody that you're giving
I've always sounded this way. I just don't let it out very often.
inspiration to, and I got to thank you for that, because you're standing tall and you're sticking to your guns, and you're out here daily doing whatever you could possibly do to find your baby boy. So I got to commend you for that. It's tough that you're going through this. And again, I don't want to hold you for too long and keep putting you through it over and over again. But is there anything else that you would like to say to everybody?
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I think everybody that's helping, everybody that's looking out for him.
Barry said thank you again.
May you be blessed. And may I be blessed in return because you find him.
Mm-hmm.
But if you put up 22 billboards to help find my son, you, my friend, are getting a cease and desist. Cease and desist for you. Cease and desist for you.
So tough.
So tough.
And I'm going to keep putting these across the screen. Again, if you're just coming in, we have Seth Rogers on the line, and this is where you can support his journey of him out here every single
Support his fucking journey to driving nonsense insane
day, searching for his son. If you want to support Seth Rogers, these are links. His Cash App. You can scan it off the screen. Also, if you don't want to scan it off the screen, it's right here in front of your face. Again, $TMBFLEMING is his Cash App. You can support him there. We also have a GoFundMe that's pinned in the top chat right now. If you want to add to this reward for Sebastian Rogers, here is the legitimate picture that Seth Rogers himself sent me. To add to the reward for Sebastian Rogers, checks as of right now. Seth Rogers, you did hear him say that he was going to look in to a maybe a different alternative. And
Marmy RH. Marmy says, before pitching everyone, maybe this guy only want to gain confidence so he could have more info. You are a wicked, mean witch and always swearing. You disgust me. Do you think I give a fuck about your disgust for me? I don't care. Okay? Don't give a fuck. You're welcome. Have a blessed day. It's Friday. No fucks given. Today, tomorrow, or any other day. I just listened to the lab, Pascal, and T-Rev. We all need fucking prayers at this point. Jesus.
into paying, but for now, this is how we got to do it. Okay, checks must be mailed or dropped off to reward for Sebastian Rogers.
Do you people really think you're getting under somebody's skin by saying you disgust me? Do you think that you're my people? I wouldn't hang out with you if you fucking fuck with people like T-Rev. Man, wake up. Nobody wants you around, okay? Especially me. I'm glad I discussed you. One less person I have to worry about wanting to wear my skin. Carry on.
James Brian Lewis, 1300 Division Street, Suite 307, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. All donations will be held in an escrow account. Again, Seth did say he was going to look into that to see if he, somehow get it changed, because some of you have questions about adding to that reward.
We are all punchy at this point. I have made you guys listen to 4.5 hours of the lab, Pascal, and T-Rev and Seth. You're welcome.
I get those questions. They're valid. And I appreciate you guys asking those questions. But again, if you want to support, these are the links. And another one is pinned up top for the GoFundMe. So make sure you check those out. In fact, there's the GoFundMe right here across the screen.
You know what's crazy is they promote his payment links more than they promote his missing flyer. Isn't that fucking ironic? They promote his pay links more than the TBI missing flyer.
Made by his sister.
Kelly O, Prisoner Revenge. I'm not your typical CEO. When I go to work, I'm not there to punish people. People are there already as punishment.
He's not your typical CO. He's not there to punish people.
My job is to make sure that they're safe. I have people that get angry and mad at me all the time, but I use words. I use words to communicate with them. And there is a lot of times, like pretty much every time, if somebody gets angry with me, I have this tendency of, when it's lockdown time, to pop their cell door and have them come out and talk to me at my desk. Find out why they're mad at me. Are they mad at the policy? Are they just having a bad day? I communicate with people, because that's what this world needs, is more communication.
Man.
God gave us 2 ears to hear, 1 mouth to speak. People sometimes have to close their mouth and open up their ears. And I do that for these inmates that I'm in there watching. My job is to make sure that they're safe.
Meanwhile, in the beginning of this, he admitted that he didn't communicate back with Chris when Chris reached out to him to be on an interview on Thursday, and he just ignored. But he communicates. Okay.
My job is to try to reach them at the same point in time, communicate with them, get them to start using their brain for a functional thing, and let go of the anger.
Oh!
Because anger gets nobody nowhere.
Let go of the anger, folks. On March 31st, 2024, we're getting a lecture about let go of the anger. Let it go. Let it go.
If it is not motivational, then it is hindering people.
If it's not motivational, it's hindering people. Lord bless us.
It will hinder you.
I agree.
I get inmates that come up and apologize to me.
Oh.
To me, that means I did my job that day.
You're right.
You right. You always right, man.
I treat inmates like they're human beings.
They are human beings.
I treat inmates like I want them to treat me, like I want to be treated. I'm there. It's a job. My job is to enforce the rules in the pod. If they got questions, I will find them answers. If I can't, I will look for the answers for them. And the next time I see them, because I'm not in the same pod every day, I give them the answer. I carry a notebook so I can write down questions so I can get the answer for them. Because the last thing people want is to ask questions and never get an answer.
You got a big heart, brother.
Big old heart.
You got a big heart. I'm proud to call you a brother, man. You got a big heart.
Another brother.
And that's the type that you're my type of people. This is what I preach every day. Love and light. Love and light. See something, say something. Love and light. And just to hear this is refreshing. And I appreciate that. It is refreshing to me.
Like
such a big heart, man.
Refresh.
And that's exactly what it is when you're in that environment. You know, some people, you got some bad COs and you got some good COs.
And it's in every profession, man.
That's a fact.
You got people that you got bad people that know how to flip a burger. You got bad people that don't know how to operate the register. You got people that don't know how to communicate with each other. And it breaks down in this world that it's all about communication. If somebody wants to just drop my son off, drop him off at a gas station that is open. Tell him to go inside and tell him who he is.
Man.
Just drop him
you
off.
Heard him. Drop him off.
Drop him off at a Waffle House.
Waffle House.
Drop him off at a Waffle House so that he can get food. I'll pay for it when I get there.
Oh, it's me in here. Love you, babe.
There's somewhere that you can pick them up at.
See you in a few. Love you too.
Well, Seth, I appreciate you coming up here. And
Chapped, thank you for the gifted memberships. I'll explain why I just went off the deep end here.
Just saying everything that you've said and answering questions. I do got to ask you this one because I seen it and it is a good question. Was his clothes that he was wearing that night accounted for? Did you ask police that, or you just did? I know you were proud of, and glad that you got to see him alive on camera, and that probably maybe even thrown that out your mind. But after, again, were those clothes accounted for?
I've been asked that question before.
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't even thinking about it, man.
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking about it.
Yes, sir.
I was just happy to see that he was alive.
Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Latina. She says, what does Seth believe in his heart really
I can't cross my eyes well enough.
happened to Sebastian?
He's just one of God's lost children right now.
He's one of God's children right now.
Yes, sir.
He's so evasive on direct questions.
The world needs more Seth Rogers, Dr. Quinn Harley said. The world needs more dads like Seth Rogers. Give him a little clap for that. Seth, this platform is open to you any day, 7 days a week, 24/7. You got information, you need me to get it out, I need to make a video. It doesn't even have to include you in the video. Again, if you have any information that you need put out and spread to everybody, the masses, as many people as I could possibly get it to, again, you have my number. I'm going to actually text you from my personal number so you have that at hand and you can get a hold of me directly anytime you want. It doesn't matter what it is, any information that you think the people need to know. We can make a video on it right away, drop it, put the word out, talk about it, whatever may need to happen. I know you're out here boots to ground all day long, 24/7 as much as you possibly can. I know that rains and there's different things that go on. You have to catch your sleep, obviously, and you have to get some food in your system, but you are out here bending and going crazy everywhere that you possibly can. I've seen you up there myself. I've seen you up there myself on video going crazy on this search for your son and the people that are backing and helping you and pulling up. I hope that this continued support goes on, and I hope that you don't have to deal with it for too much longer. Hopefully we get off the phone and you get a call. A good one.
I'm hoping. Thank you.
I am hoping so, Seth.
Everybody, y'all have a wonderful evening. May you have many blessings on Easter. If you don't celebrate Easter, may your Sunday be a beautiful day.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for coming up here and spreading the word of Sebastian Rogers. And thank you for telling us about the good things, because I'm so tired of just hearing about the bad things pertaining to Sebastian, you know, like the belts and him missing. And I just wanted to hear some good stuff.
Oh, but wait a second. Seth just told us on your stream and you thanked him for sharing it about an incident. Come on, T-Rev, shut up.
So I appreciate you coming up here and refreshing us with some good stories about him.
And
And not only that, sharing what you do know and whatever you could possibly answer. I appreciate you coming up here and doing that tonight to keep the word out for Sebastian. Everybody, listen, full screen. Again, this is where you can support Seth Rogers right now. Cash App, he'll get it directly. He will get it right then. He'll be able to do what he needs to do.
once again, more concerned about sharing the cash apps than the missing flyer. Okay, gotcha.
We appreciate him. Seth Rogers, thank you so much, sir. That was Seth Rogers on the line. I know I've seen a lot of questions coming.
Hallelujah. Amen. We made it. And I can go fucking crazy now. By the way, if you want to know what triggered me to just go from like nice, calm, collected, non-biased today, it was the prayer. It was the prayer. It was T-Rev praying for all of us. The demons came out, all right? They just came rolling right out and said, we're here, present, and accounted for. That's what did it. Yep, you can thank my demons. They don't like false fucking Christians. They don't like fake Christians. And that was some of the biggest bullshit, faith manipulation, BS from both of those clowns I've ever heard. We made it. We did 3. I can't. Damon, right? I know. We've been wrong for 8 weeks on the gender of the cat, but hey. And I also found out I have a granddaughter instead of, I was really hoping for some, poor Kyle is once again outnumbered so much by all the women in this house. Oh my gosh. Y'all, that was some wild shit. We made it 4.5 hours to get through that, but we are officially into April. We have officially arrived at April, and it just gets worse from here on out. But I really hope you guys can see how he started out more consistent. There was some shade thrown in there, but his hesitation on answering questions wasn't as much. He was more factual on what he actually said, like going back to the Chris thing. Chris was in Memphis, and then it became, well, wait, I don't know. Oh, babe, did you hear what I just said? Oh, yeah, you're lucky you missed all of this. Yeah, it was a mess. You're very lucky. Yeah, and Kyle, Whiskey's a girl. Just so you know, Whiskey's a girl. You're welcome. You got another granddaughter. I'm glad it's over too, KNS. Next week's going to be torture. But I hope you guys all have a great rest of your weekend. If you made it this far, we all get gold stars for today. This is wild to me. Absolutely wild to go back and see how it all progressed over time. Like these 3 interviews, well, you wouldn't even call them interviews because they were so off of, like, they were just so bad. They were so not normal. Chap, thank you again for the gifted memberships. T. Marie, thank you for the gifted memberships. KNS, again, thank you. Doodle Mom, thank you. Chris Crest, thank you all so much. I'm going to play you guys out. I hope you guys have a rest of your Friday. That's amazing. Kyle and I might be back. We'll probably do the complaint line and actually like put the complaint number up because we never do. We just come on and bullshit, but maybe we'll try that this weekend. Depending on what's going on. I know Kenzie has a tattoo planned and we're going to go from there. So if we see you this weekend, we see you. If not, I will see you back here Monday, and we will regroup and be back on into April. So thank you all for joining me through these. Sorry, I went off the deep end, but I cannot. There is just something about faith manipulation that always sets me over the edge. That shit right there. One shot. Have a good buzz. I hope you have a good buzz. What did you say, Smiles? What it's mostly. Whiskey needs a wish list. You guys keep saying that. No, my cats are freaking spoiled. Spoiled rotten, let me say. And that kid out there, like she works, she has a job just for her cats. Thank God, because her cats and all of their needs. Oh, you guys want to hear a fucking funny story though? So Whiskey last night, Kyle comes in the door and he has a lunch pail and it's blue. And he comes in and he always sets it down behind, like on the side of our couch, behind this, what's it called? Floor lamp that's got like the long pole that goes up, right? I could just take you guys down there and show you. But Whiskey jumps up on his lunch pail and then jumps on the little like side coffee table right there. And we're all just kind of like, what the hell are you doing? Next thing you know, he full on, she full on, she does want to be a stripper, babe. That's why she's getting her freak on. Anyway, she jumps off the freaking little side table and grabs around just like a stripper would do, like a fire pole, and slides down. It was hysterical. Kyle's face was like, did that just really happen? And all of us started busting up. Like it was ridiculous. But that little thing bounces around and bites your ankles. You'll be walking across and all of a sudden something grabs. Oh, she's a little mean bitch. But it was cute as hell. It was super cute. I told Kenzie we needed to get like a camera in that living room just to let it go so I can clip that shit for you guys because it was hysterical. Anyways, I don't know who's going live next. Y'all stay safe out there. And just please keep in mind that things are crazy and chaotic, and I think it's going to get worse before we get some solution here. I have a feel there's a lot of deflection going on right now. A lot. I think we're going to see some crazy things happen, and I don't know where it's going to take us. But again, all of the information for the billboards, there's a live stream that I did, but reach out to Clue, her Cash App, her PayPal. I will post that again. I will share Duchess's post actually because she had laid it all out. So I'll share that on my community wall if you want to help with billboards, or you can. That's wonderful. Anything else you guys want to do, that's great. Oh, her birthday party. Oh, it's her birthday. Happy birthday to Savage. Okay. All right, y'all. Have a great weekend. If I don't see you around before Monday, I will see you guys back here Monday. Take care. Oh, and somebody asked about the shirt earlier too. Sheen, of course. It's just a little cami. It's just a little silky cami thing. It's a little bit more dry. It's okay. Sheen's really cheap. It's really cheap fabric. So it's perfect for Arizona weather because it feels like you're wearing nothing and you actually have something on. So it's cheap and it's like, there's nothing there. So it's perfect. Anyways, you guys have a great night. Bye.